to go to sleep here without you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 'Cause you're all I need by my side every day, late and sleepless night. 'Cause you're all I need by my side every day, late and sleepless night. Every day, late and sleepless night. Every day, late and sleepless night.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Lots of pretty women steals your money and they break your heart. Lonesome Sue, she's in love with old Sam, taken from the fire into the frying pan. On and on, I just keep on trying, and his smile, she feels like crying. On and on, on and on, on and on.
Say now come on everybody, if you really want to show, get yourself a partner and get up on the floor now. Come on everybody, if you really want to show, get yourself a partner and get up on the floor now. Come on, run, run, everybody run, run. Come on, run, run, everybody run, run. Come on, run, run, everybody run, run. Come on, run, run, everybody run, run.
Oh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Lonesome Jimmy sits alone in the moonlight, saw his woman kiss another man, and he takes the ladder, takes the stars from the sky, put on Sinatra and starts to cry. On and on, I just keep on trying, and he smiles and she feels like crying. On and on, on and on, on and on. Well, it's my first time and a last time, and it makes me feel so good. And you know it, show it. Oh baby, hold on tight, don't let her say goodbye.
I said now let the teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say now let the teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say now let the teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say now let the teardrops fall.
Well, it's my first time and the last time. Oh, it makes me feel so good. Oh, baby, you know it. Show it. Oh, baby, hold on tight. Don't let her say goodbye.
Let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say now let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, say now let your teardrops fall. Everybody has a future, sing out. Ba-da-da. Let your teardrops fall. Ba-da-da. Oh, yeah. Ba-da-da.
Oh, yeah. I've got the sun on my shoulders and my toes in the sand, and my woman left me for another man. Oh, but I don't worry, I just sit and relax, toss up my heart, see where it lands, on and on. I just keep on trying, and it smiles, it feels like crying, on and on.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
It seems like that nobody knows war is upon us all. Enemies approaching below, few of them are creeping down the hall. I open fire, I think I got one down. Open fire, they are just sneaking out the track. Open fire, they went to zero down. Open fire, let them know that we back, this ain't a drill. Take cover and watch your back, those back, this shit's for real. It's over, top flight on attack, this ain't a drill. Take cover, watch your back, this is for real. It's over, top flight on attack, with someone's got a warrior from war. Taking out them enemies, we seeking out for more. Cause someone's got a warrior from war. Taking out them enemies, we seeking out for more.
You got me so confused now. So many flashes and big bangs all around. It's getting harder to see now. All the dust and the gas is in me eyes.
You can run, you can hide. Another word would have you buried alive. You can run, you can hide. Another word would have you buried alive. Them enemies on the run, they don't know what they're facing. Behind the head of a warrior, home's a destination. Accuse me weigh a ton, but still remain untouched. All my brothers and sisters, we are blockaded to light you up. Cause someone's got a warrior from war. Taking out them enemies, is seeking out for more. Cause someone's got a warrior from war. Taking out them enemies, is seeking out for more. Active ignorance made our boys lock and load aside. You don't understand the significance of a loaded warrior at war. It's a disaster. Tough like hairy warriors of war begin that massacre. The massacre. Now me ain't gon' butch. Once you step up on our perimeter, we warriors from Guam, which we ain't taking any prisoner. Cruises at your 6, even taking out the messenger. Killers at your 12, repping the states of Micronesia. I open fire, I think I got one down. Open fire, the other sneaking out the track. Open fire, they went to zero down. Open fire, let them know that we back, is in the drill. Take cover, watch your back, this shit's for real. It's over, top right on the attack, this ain't a drill. Take cover, watch your back, this shit's for real. It's over, top right on the attack, with someone's got a warrior. Taking out them enemies, with someone's got a warrior. Taking out them enemies.
Rosinha uli die sombranzelten meg
Jesuita saluda antes de nega radzaudz an malak estrellas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonuna sugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues Atan Fanny Bandera Kau esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentamiti man ko badi
Say
Rolling up from the zero and back to zero down. They come from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. BAOTOMANUA, let's go. I'm 11 and over giving them hits while we blow. Each and every track we dropping by my clock. Let it blow, blow it till it blow the city, burn it till it burn it down. I'm feeling a rhythmic won't stand top, I live by the pound. So hold me down, hold me down, hold me down. Cause the guys now that me smoking keep me lifted off the ground. We have killers coming after us, they come from all around. With the new expansion to this group instead we're broken down. I'm a living while I'm living in Samoa, I will pray. Only there I know may come true. Every day opu manu apango pango uli singa I return. So bring us that beat back. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the zero and back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the zero and back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I'm a last minute member, I'm being introduced. When you're vibing off the rhythms, it is me you should accuse. You show me funny faces, thought that was a joke. But now I'm jamming with my boys, them would say Nanoto. Don't really care, don't really know. Cause now I'm showing all the people that we got the flow. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the zero and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the zero and back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down.
Respect now, be Rob on the mic. Respect now. Last night just got it right, spinning it around me, making it bigger. Then now here I come. Be Rob on the mic, about to tear it down. Lots of love to the boys in the hood and most them girls I see. Give me numbers, pretty girls, if you know what I mean. Living life in the north side, you know that's how we roll. Test us, we stay burning like whoa, 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 whoa. Be Rob on the mic every day. Be Rob, Jack come down and save me. Be Rob, fellas hold on your ladies. Be Rob. Be rubber dive, I'm a crazy.
I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the zero and back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my one bomb stroll all around. Rolling up from the zero and back to
Morning, Guam. Right on. Viva Business Friday. Whoa.
Viva 671.
Yeah, 670 Viva.
All right.
Yes.
We're
Well,
coming right out of the gate.
we are here. It's Friday, January 21st on The Link. Good morning on you. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cobble Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Jason Solis, good morning.
Good morning, but not Viva 729, because that is the number of new COVID cases positive. Not making light of the situation whatsoever, but I know another night, not just with triple digits, but high ones. Also, the number, we always like try and emphasize this. The number of positive cases was high last night. The number of tests was also very, very high.
What was the positivity rate?
Positivity rate was 26%, so it actually went down.
Oh, good. It's only 26%.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Gonna sleep easy tonight.
1 out of every 4.
Oh, man. Oh. All right, everybody, go home. It's only 26%. Yeah, so 729. But the governor did come out with an address, and basically, again, the messaging is we're going to be okay. We can handle it. We prepared for this. We're going to play the message in a little bit, but there were a couple things that we were talking about just kind of in the newsroom. With that was that the governor had said that cases are going down in the states. And so I've heard that I Googled.
Are they now?
Oh, yeah, that's the thing is I don't know what numbers.
Apparently, Florida has broken off from the states.
I don't know. Yeah, so
Florida's
I
crazy.
thought that was interesting. But we're going to play the message. You guys figure it out for yourself. But basically, the governor, the public health authority is saying that it's sustainable, that the hospitalizations are low. And I guess just accept it that, you're going to wake up or go to bed knowing that there's 700, 800, 600, 500, 400, 300 COVID-19 cases, but that the people in charge think that we're going to be okay. I mean, have they been wrong before? Totally. So it's obvious. Wait and see.
Oh, also for you guys, and we mentioned, of course, we're not even getting into news yet, but we always say it's brought to you by Pacific Points. You guys can actually get the KN95 mask, the one I was wearing yesterday. I got a pack of 10 at Pacific Points. So you guys check them out and let them know the link sent you. Tell them Joe Sir said pass by there. I'm wearing the one that Chris actually had now because our company has been good enough to furnish us with some KN95 like mask. Chris, this is the first time I've ever worn this one. This is the one that the painters wear, right? It's very, very snug, and I know what you were saying. Like the tension between the back of your ears and your mouth is a lot.
This is what we said this morning. This is why doctors get paid the big bucks, is because I got to wear this mask and it hurts your ears.
Yeah, but I found out what the trick is. Okay, when you put this on for you guys, and remember, like the CDC is saying now that the KN95, the N95 mask, we're gonna have Dr. Annette David on later. She's gonna go into her whole big presentation about how to use masks effectively, what's not effective. But see, when it goes like around the ear, guys, you have to keep the ear part straight. If it curls and everything like that, it pulls more on your ear, and then it bends your ear like forward, and it's actually like a little bit uncomfortable. So as long
there's
as
some chafing going on, Jay.
Yeah, it's chafing.
Yeah, some chafing.
As long as you turn it and you make sure that the whole thing is like straight, it's actually pretty tolerable.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put some coconut oil behind the ears a little bit. But
Salumpus.
the Salumpus, maybe Tiger Balm, Bengay. Pick your poison.
Chinese green oil.
Yeah, but these are the masks that they're recommending. Do we have that video with the mask thing?
Yes.
Okay, because even Daniel did one. Did we get that one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's on our KUM News social media, but they did like this chart breakdown of all the different masks and how much protection you get.
Yeah.
And we are rocking. These are the legit. This is the like top of the line, Jay.
Yes.
The 3M and KN95.
Yes, the future belongs to 3M.
Yeah, what's your review on this mask, though, Jay? Other than the chafing issue.
Okay, so the ones I've been wearing for the past week from Pacific Points, right? Like that's a lot more snug than the surgical mask that we've been used to wearing.
Yeah.
This one is tighter than that one.
Yeah.
But I don't really feel like it's painful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's different, but like within 2 minutes.
You know
I
what's
got used
painful,
to it.
Jay? Getting intubated is painful.
Yes, that's quite uncomfortable. Yeah.
So on a scale of 0 to intubated, this is not really much to worry about.
I mean, it takes some getting used to. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, right? It's different, but if it serves as more protection,
I like it because it gives me like artificially high cheekbones.
there you go.
Yeah, see? Look at that. Got...
And if you have a strong jaw or high cheekbones and everything like that, you my friend, have a future in possibly being on the cover of Cosmo.
Oh, thank you, Jay. Thank you. Yeah, so these are the KN95s. The mask advisory, as they said, basically the cloth masks offer little protection. And so if you are using a cloth mask, because these things are like $5,000 each. They're pretty up there. Jay, how much are these?
Well, the pack, I believe the pack I got, and not these ones, but again, the one I got at Pacific Points, I think it was around $12 for a pack of 10.
For a pack of 10. Oh,
and there are some articles out there, and make sure you get like your articles from legit sources, guys. Like everybody's been saying, if you get it from, hey there, you want to know about masks.com.
Oh, I got mine from all totally legit sources. COVIDislie.com.
Oh God.
Yeah, scamdemic.org.
Yeah. So I mean, there are some articles about, because people are now asking, okay, if I get these masks, how long can I wear them for? And they say, if you go to the store and you maybe wear it under 3 hours total per day, maybe you go out, you run an errand.
What's the official guidance say, Jay? You're supposed to chuck it after a day, right, or something?
Well, if you wear it all day like we do, I mean, we're I'm in here at 3 a.m., so I'm wearing it, and then I'm in here with 4 hours with you guys, and then we got a couple hours like afterwards. So like mine are like one and done, one day's use.
Okay, so I had a couple on my desk. I think I might have picked up the one from yesterday because I'm getting a little bit of yesterday's lunch in here.
That's actually not so bad because we had a good lunch.
It was a good
yesterday.
lunch. Yes,
we got huli huli chicken yesterday.
It was very nice. It's 6:33, guys. But yeah, of course, the governor had her address. Let's go and play this. But Jake, before we play this, thank you guys for joining us. It's Friday. We have a giant, big show, so big. We had to bring it in down through the roof. That's how big it is.
We
Yeah,
had to borrow the gantry crane from the port.
totally.
And we got a lot of stuff coming up about the port, too.
Yeah, and so there was a port board meeting yesterday that the public auditor, BJ Cruz, he's coming on. He's going to talk about that. We're getting Dr. Annette David, who's with the epidemiology working group, kind of breaking down some of these stats here. The GVB CEO, Uncle Carl's coming on. What's the deal with tourism? I mean, it's not happening, but are we planning? I haven't heard anything at all, and so just wanted to get him on. But Jade, the numbers reported last night from the Joint Information Center?
Sure. So 729 new cases, as I said, out of 2,785 samples. Now, those numbers are both quite high. Not the all-time high. That was eclipsed actually on Wednesday evening. But 729 out of 2,785 samples tested on the 19th. So those were from Wednesday. That's a test positivity rate of about 26%. That's down a couple of points from the previous day. Some 30 cases were identified through contact tracing. This is interesting, Chris. 30 cases identified through contact tracing, and 138 cases reported yesterday were from the Department of Defense.
Wow.
26 island residents are hospitalized as far as people admitted. 18 of those are vaccinated. 7 are unvaccinated. The number of total coronavirus cases is now approaching 26,000 since last March. Okay, and also before we get like full blown into the show, we're seeing your birthday shout outs. We're getting into birthdays in just a moment, guys. But I want to let you guys know I put it in the comments already, and I pinned the comment. So if you're watching us on Facebook, refresh the page, will you please? Because we told you guys that if you want to get tested, today's Teeds in Sight today and tomorrow completely sold out, so you won't be able to make an appointment for that. They say you can drive up and you can try like a walk-in, but you're probably going to be there for quite a while. Appointments are preferred, but appointments also preferred. There are slots available if you go to the Northern Region Community Health Center up in Dedido or down in Inalahan, the Southern Regional Community Health Center. So if you want to go to Dedido, and here's the thing, the number has changed apparently. So the number is 671-635-4418 or 7400. Again, 635-4418 or 7400 if you would like to make an appointment to be tested up in Dedido at Public Health. Walk-ins are welcome, they say, but like please make an appointment. It's you'll probably be seen faster. You'll be in and out. If you have a disability, curbside vaccination is available. And they say walk-ins welcome, but do try and make an appointment if you can. If you want to be tested in Inalahan, 828-7604 or 7605-7518. That number has not changed from yesterday. Now this is key, right? If you want to be tested today, 9 to 12 is the time. Up in Dedido, it's 9 to 5.
Tested 9 to 5. What a way to get a swab in. Sorry. At 6:37. So yeah, this message. Yesterday I said, what did I say yesterday, guys?
We need Dolly Parton on this show.
What did I say yesterday, Joe Sir? I said it's getting so crazy with this Omicron surge that I feel like there's going to be a YouTube video coming out. I was wrong. I was wrong though. Was it Facebook?
Yeah, you know what? Just for getting that right, I'm buying the Huli Huli chicken today, bro.
That's it. Okay, so
link up. You called that.
Link up, yeah.
Link up, yeah. Huli Huli chicken today after the show.
Thank you, Jay.
Huli Huli chicken.
Again, so this is the governor's video address that was released yesterday, along with the Joint Information Center results. The governor of Guam, Governor Lulian Guerrero, right here on the link.
Half a day. This past week, we received the official word: Omicron is here. This variant is prevalent across the globe, and we knew it was only a matter of time before it would reach our shores. The national trend is that Omicron appears to be retreating, as evidenced by shrinking cases across the United States. Omicron also appears to be mild, especially for the vaccinated and boosted. We do know that it is highly transmissible, and we are seeing this in Guam's new case counts. Although our caseload is on the rise and we expect more new cases in the days to come, we prepared for this. We prepared by ensuring the vast majority of Guam is vaccinated. We prepared by ensuring boosters are widely available and accessible. We stayed prepared by continuing to wear our mask, wash our hands, and watch our distance. The trends tell us that Omicron burns fast and burns differently from Delta. Although these rising case numbers may look like an uphill battle, like I have said, we are prepared and we will continue to stay the course. We are seeing that the percentage of cases causing severe illness is much lower than when it was with the Delta variant. And vaccines, particularly after a booster shot, remain extremely effective in preventing hospitalization and death. Prior to vaccinations, our worst days saw COVID hospitalizations exceed 100, with dozens admitted to the ICU, needing a ventilator to breathe, and at times we mourned multiple deaths a day. With Omicron, that is not the case. At the time of this recording, among all 3 of our hospitals, there are 27 COVID admissions, 3 in the ICU, and 1 on the ventilator support. Despite the alarming number of new cases, we are protected. Our health interventions are working, and the state of our hospital is evidence of this. I strongly urge those of you due for the booster to roll up your sleeves and maximize your protection today. I strongly urge those who are exposed and asymptomatic to closely monitor yourself for any symptoms and seek testing when concerned. I strongly urge those who test positive and are symptomatic to get treatment to avoid hospitalization. Thank you for being responsible.
There you go. Governor Lilian Guerrero with the address. They're basically saying, keep doing what you're doing, stay the course. They prepared for this.
I want to use an analogy that
I
she
don't
used
mean this to
before.
sound like it has question marks at the end of it.
Remember when she used that analogy several months ago about like the plateau?
Yeah.
So is she inferring that we're now plateauing, or like well, at least in the States, right? Is it plateaued? Is it like reached a summit? Are we now on the downswing, or? Because she's saying that the cases are subsiding. She's saying in the States.
Yeah. That's what she's saying. There are a couple headlines here. Omicron cases seem to have peaked in northeastern states. Omicron cases dip in the U.S. overall, but the wave is far from over in many parts of the country. And I think what they're going for, Jay, is that our vaccination rate is so high, and so you're seeing a lot of the Omicron craziness is we're in the states where they have the low vaccination rates.
Okay, and our vaccination rate is like around. It's better than 92%. I know that. So
basically, with what I got from that was you still got school. Go to school. Go to work. I don't care. Pay your bill. Pay your loan.
You know, when we talked to Father Val, right, the superintendent of Catholic schools, he didn't specifically say which Catholic schools were starting.
He didn't. He said it was kind of like up to them to implement it until Friday. Let's go to the phones real quick because we did have a guy on the phone. Good morning, sir. Thank you. Sorry. Good morning. Hello, sir. Hey, sorry, sir. We got sidetracked there. My bad. Guys, we have a phone at work, 671-637-0094. We answer the phone. I answer the phone. It's me. So when you call, don't be like, can I talk to Chris? Because it is Chris.
Okay. Hey, brother. So the governor said if you are asymptomatic, we recommend that if you don't have any symptoms, don't get tested because the resources are being used, right?
Yeah. Is that what she said?
So, that's what that was what was came out of the news on the news feed.
Okay.
I guess I got a text message that said it. I think it's probably in the newspaper today.
Okay, sir.
So does that mean that those who are unvaccinated and have to require weekly testing is she saying that we don't want you to go get weekly tested? No.
No. For the unvaccinated.
Yeah, because you don't have symptoms, so if you're not sick, why do you have to go in and get tested when you're not sick? You don't have symptoms. So the message that she put out there is, what is she saying?
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to let up on the unvaccinated.
Yeah, but she put the thing out. She didn't say for those also who are unvaccinated, you please, or have to do weekly reporting, you must do it.
Yeah, no, good point, sir. We'll ask, but you know what I did hear from GHRA is that they're running low on test kits too. So we had Father Val from the Catholic school system yesterday, and he said that they only had enough tests to last till today. And so that's part of public health's mandate is that they be able to test. Remember the schools, in order to reopen, they were allowed to reopen, but they had to submit a testing plan for the students 30 days or something
Yeah.
after reopening, right?
So how do these private businesses get public health to come out to them to do testing?
So what happened was they trained the Catholic schools and the schools to do their own, and GDOE to do their own testing. And so they didn't need public health, but what they did need is the test kits, because obviously, Lanny, you cannot test if you don't have the test kit, Gatson.
No.
So what happened now is the Catholic schools are low. They're probably out of tests today. The GHRA, which, they got to do that swabbing of their employees too, who aren't vaccinated or whatever, to adhere to the governor's mandate. They're even saying they're running low on tests. And there's a lot of testing going on. So we did ask the incident commander, Fernando Esteves, about this. I think Daniel Perez did from the KUM news team.
That's correct.
And he said that if they want the test kits, they just have to ask or something.
Yeah, there's a way you can.
We'll find out here. But
there's a
what
way
we're
you can
hearing
get
is, I'm pretty sure they're not idiots. They know they have to ask.
Yeah, but so if public health don't go to private businesses and assist private businesses in doing testing?
No, what
can
they
do
did was
that.
they trained the private businesses to do the testing, and then they provide the test kits. But they haven't provided the test kits because they're running low. And what I heard, at least from the GHRA, was that they got a bunch of test kits in the beginning of this, and then they haven't been re-upped.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I know private businesses. Okay, yes.
But
I'll have
what?
to confirm.
Yeah. So, sir, I don't know, but we will ask about that. So basically, you're saying if they're concerned about the resources and you're asymptomatic and you're supposed to go and get tested as part of the governor's mandate, right? Unvaccinated people have to get tested weekly, right? Submit a negative test
Right.
to go to work, right? That's a good
Right,
question.
right.
We'll find out.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
Right on,
Okay.
sir. How you feeling though?
Hey, say SOSS. Same old shebang, different day.
Okay. Be safe, sir. Be safer.
All right.
Okay. So, yeah. So that's a good question. I don't know. I wish I knew. If you're listening out there,
Yeah. Okay. So
Public health,
again,
shoot
speaking
a
of
text.
speaking of testing, if you want to get tested, Joe Sir's got the number up on the screen right now. If you are testing at Teason, book solid for today and tomorrow.
how about Monday, Jay? What's it saying?
They don't have Mondays.
They don't have Mondays up,
Monday's
okay,
number up yet. I mean, I'm sure they're gonna have it like later on today or tomorrow. So
Yeah.
if you want to make an appointment.
And it is a little bit of a OOG that they come out and they say testing by appointment only, and then all the appointments are booked full. But they are accepting, from what we hear, a limited amount of walk-ins, right? But if you look at the number of people getting tested, people are getting tested. But if you're having problems, issues, put it in the comments. Give us a call here, 671-637-0094.
It's also interesting if you say like the number of days that are booked. I mean, if you want to look at it a certain way, you can say that's kind of a good thing for our community because it means that many people want to get tested and they're committed to being tested.
Yeah.
Which is a complete 180 from where we were
Remember at the
about
beginning?
2 years ago
yeah, we
when
had a
no
hard
one
time.
would get tested because
Right,
they
yeah.
thought you were immediately going to get yanked out of your car and thrown in
in
quarantine jail.
Yeah, crazy. It's
Yeah.
kind of crazy. I was talking to Tomas McGluttney. We're looking back throughout this pandemic and some of the decisions that were made, some of the things that we thought right early on. Now they seem kind of like, what the hell were we thinking? So maybe we'll do some kind of thing where we look back during this pandemic and highlight little issues that, when you look back at it now, are kind of like, huh, what the heck? So I'm wondering now, with everything that's going on with now, are we going to be looking back in 6, 7, 8 months, a year at what's happening now and be like scratching our head? I don't know.
No, well, we were talking about like if Father Val actually went over like a list of schools
Yeah.
that were closed. Shango Matato actually, whose family lives down the road from Notre Dame, and all
Right,
of his kids
yeah.
have gone there. I mean, when I say down the road, he lives in Talafofo in the Ville. I mean, you could walk
7,
to
8
Notre
months a
Dame from his
year.
house, but that's a hike, right? It's like
Yeah.
us saying like, oh,
There's
let's
a
go
big
walk,
uphill.
Let's go walk to the mall, right?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah. So, but Sean says actually Notre Dame is starting online starting today, so they begin their virtual classroom experience beginning today.
Right, guys.
Thanks for that, Sean. If anybody else out there wants to shoot in comments and everything like that, which Catholic schools are or are not beginning virtual classrooms today, please let us know. Remember, Father Val said yesterday they could have begun yesterday if they could have figured out the logistics. A lot of the programs are giving students time to come in, get their books, giving teachers like time to plan, set up the infrastructure. But he said for sure, one thing that we know, all the Catholic schools are going to begin virtual learning on Monday.
We did have some newbies here in the Facebook Live. Ed Barcinas, good morning from Tokyo. Konnichiwa.
Hey.
Liz.
Hajimemashite, Ed.
What?
Nice to meet you.
Nice. Thank you. Elizabeth Agagi says, Chris, I love that Island Prince shirt. It's got coconut trees. Love it. Yeah. Don't look too close, though, because you're going to see, I think there's some, like, Hawaiian mountains in
Wait,
there.
I was going to say, wait, okay. And if you don't mind me saying so, wait, well, move your hand away. Oh, here we go. Okay, Chris, right next to, like, your right nipple
Yeah.
is Diamond Head.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. Thank you for
Yeah. Thanks
there
for
you
the
go.
close-up, Jay.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to zoom into while you're there? Yeah, so thank you, Liz Agagi. You know, actually, I don't like wearing this shirt because I did a song way back about Hawaiian Chamorros, and I don't have anything personally against Hawaii. I just think that Guahan is so much better. So I don't really like to wear this shirt because
You got the home court advantage. Right?
yeah, it's got this Hawaiian stuff going on it. But
Oh.
it's Friday, so
Speaking of Liz Agagi, happy belated birthday to her grandson
Right.
Axel. And she was saying when our show was just wrapping up yesterday, she had to go get balloons and candles and a cake because he wasn't feeling so well, but he's starting
Right.
to come out of it. So she
that's
was
good.
Yeah, and also happy birthday to our dear friend Agnes Tudela Cabrera, Auntie Agnes,
All right.
who is in the States taking
Nice.
care of family members. And she said, happy birthday today to Auntie Bernie, who she misses so much. You know, they were like a tag team when they were just coming in there, just dropping off amazing
So let's do it.
food.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wait. And this is happy birthday from the link going out to you guys.
Yeah, if it's your birthday.
KN95 edition.
Yes, this is,
Special.
guys. Ready?
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Auntie Agnes and Auntie Bernie
and Elizabeth Agigi's
grandson and everyone else whose birthday it is today too.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless you.
May the dear Lord bless Auntie Agnes and Auntie Bernie and Elizabeth Agigi's grandson Axel.
And everyone else whose birthday it is today too.
Oh yeah.
Happy birthday to you. Right on.
We're glad to have you guys as part of our show and our
Thank
family,
you.
guys.
Dorothy Parker, good morning. Roberto Fracassini, I forget about it. Buongiorno, Guam. Omar Fuentes, happy Friday from Hoggett.
Oh, and Liz says Axel actually went back to school today, so
Nice.
congratulations. Hey, Axel, shout out if you can hear this.
Bernadette Mesa
To the
Santos.
808.
Oh, brother. A cool half a day from Charleston, South Carolina. Our county sheriff's office will be closing half day tomorrow, our Friday, for freeze warning, not for COVID.
Oh, gosh.
Our state is increasing COVID infections, but no lockdown. Maggie, I heard that you can no, I don't think you can. The N95s, reusing them. Nurses don't reuse because it has too much COVID. Yeah, of course. Mark Tyron, good morning, beautiful people. Have a blessed day. Marcy, good morning, Link family. Good morning. 671 Ready Sales. We don't hear from her too often, and I'm annoyed by her voice. Well, you can't have it both ways. We're complaining she doesn't come out and talk, so when she does, it is what it is. Rosemary LaGuatnia comments here, but did not prepare for more testing sites with longer hours. Yes. Slam dunk. Emma Olalia, good morning. Elaine Flores, buenas and afide, Finland KUAM, God bless us and have mercy on us and the whole world.
He's got the whole world.
I think that was the
in
Divine
his
Mercy.
hands. He's got, yeah.
Good morning, guys. Rose Mantononia Lujan. Rose, good morning on you. Leslie St. Nicholas. Who else we got here? Penson Hyman. Good morning, Team KUAM. Chris and Jason. Rathan Manabusan. Good morning on you. Yes, Marie, you did tell me stop wearing this shirt a long time ago. Thank you, guys. It is. You know what it is? It was $12 at Macy's. They have the last stack thing, and it's normally this brand of shirt. It's like I saw it regular price and it was like 100 something crazy dollars.
Okay, wait, you're going to get the Jason cam now because Mark Tyron was saying, can you guys please zoom into Joe, sir? I don't know what he looks like, so here we go.
Okay, here we go.
What?
He's
Ready,
wearing
sir?
his cardigan. Is that a cardigan, sir? Something? No. It's a. Oh, that's the Domino hoodie.
Wave, sir.
There you go.
There's-
He's no longer BTS.
There he is.
Front
DJ
center.
Joe, sir.
6:53. Let's go ahead and get into the news.
Yes.
First of all, F. Glenn Lujan, good morning, my friend. Mary Jane Villagomez, good morning. Micah Dennis, Tadzizuti Ham, good morning. Tomas Farron, good morning, Guam. It is Friday, of course, a big giant show. We got Public Auditor BJ Cruz is coming on. We're also going to give you a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast. We got Feed Me Fridays, Sports Link with Dave Delgado. There's a whole lot, so let's get right into it.
And if I can just add, can you pop up that the testing numbers again? So, okay, if you would, sir. The testing today, if you want to get tested up in Dedido or down in Ilahan, Joe Sir's got the numbers on the screen. 9 to 12 is the time. So please call and please just set a time if you can. I mean, make it easier to get in and out. It's a phone call. Remember to put 671 over there. Again, the number for in Ilahan, 671-828-7604-7605, or Dedido, 671-635-7525 or 7526.
Thank you, Jay. There's a lot of news. It's brought to you by Pacific Point. So we're going to go ahead and do our first look at news here for Sabrina Salas Matanani with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Jason Salas, good morning.
All right, and good morning, Guam. Thank you so much, Chris. And thank you to our friends at Pacific Points who always allow us to bring you link updates each and every day. Remember, I was saying Pacific Points. They got that really good coffee cake. They also got those really cool N95 masks. I got a set for myself and my mom. Go check them out and let them know the link sent you. So thank you to Pacific Points, where you can do more, get more. Thank you for bringing you your link headlines each and every day. Recapping last night's numbers about the coronavirus infections on Guam, 729 new cases were confirmed last night out of a sample set of 2,785 tests done on the 19th, on Wednesday. That comes to a test positivity rate of about 26%, which is actually a couple points down than the previous day. Some 30 cases were identified through contact tracing. 138 of the cases reported through the Department of Defense. 26 island residents are currently hospitalized. 18 have received the vaccine, while 7 are unvaccinated. There have now been 25,757 cases since the pandemic first began last March. Once again, the Guam's total case count for coronavirus positive cases now approaching 26,000. Speaking of the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Chima Umbakwim has stepped down from his position as that agency's chief public health officer. He returned to Public Health's Tuberculosis and Hansen's Disease Program, otherwise known as leprosy. The agency noted that Umbakwim is still Public Health's technical lead for COVID-19 response and assures residents that he is still very much involved with the department. Food distribution was started yesterday, but it continues today. Available to village constituents only on a first-come, first-served basis. Distribution is limited to 3 households per vehicle. And of course, today, from 12:30 in the afternoon until 5 in the afternoon, it's going to be held at Santa Rita Sumay. So 12:30 to 5 for residents of that big southern village. There are 400 such food commodities packages which will be distributed. So please, if you are in need, please head down there. Now let's get into our news stories now, as let's continue with the food commodities story, as Daniel Perez was in Tamuning yesterday, where residents from the Central Village showed up for that village's food commodities distribution event yesterday.
Island residents in need can come out and receive food from their respective villages. Today at the Senior Center in Tamuning, cars lined up ready to get their produce. Mayor of Tamuning, Luis Rivera.
We have oranges, apples, carrots, and celery. 2 weeks ago, we gave out the dry foods, canned foods, and beans, macaroni.
The commodity distribution is on a first-come, first-served basis and is limited to 3 households per vehicle. Today in Tamuning, 500 boxes of produce were available to the community.
During this pandemic, everybody's in need of something one way or the other. Even if you have money, you're making money, but then you have to spend all your money on buying things to sanitize. You know, all the unexpected expenses are popping up all over. And so with food, I mean, you know, like especially like with this fresh produce, it's all, you know, it's such a blessing that this is being grown and, you know, gifts from God. You know, there's just, it's wonderful to be able to share that and get it out to the people in need.
While they'll never turn down someone in need, the food distribution is specific to the people of the village where it's being held.
And we don't know who it is, and we're not going to question. I mean, you know, we just ask that it go to people in need. You know, if you have more of, you know, and you're able to share, please do so. Don't hesitate, because there's always somebody out there in need.
The next food distribution will be held in Santa Rita on Friday from 12:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. To find out more information, please call your respective mayor's office. They can also put you on the registry to pick up food. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devonzo.
All right, continuing our coverage, Public Health says the Tidzin testing site, as we've told you earlier in the show, has been exceeding its normal testing capacity. Here's more on this issue and what's been going on with testing.
With positive COVID.
What is this governor trying to do? Get everybody sick is no problem.
Residents left with more questions than answers. Callers into the link trying to make sense of the pandemonium in this pandemic.
I'm a disabled guy, and I'm listening to you every morning.
Thank you.
And that's really bothering me, because I'm a disabled myself, okay? And and the way I'm talking, I got stroke, heart attack, and I got a heart problem, and I need open heart surgery, and I can't afford it. They can't help me to get my wife to go with me. So they want us to die. That's it. Go ahead and get coronavirus.
That heart-wrenching sentiment of a resident boiling into frustration. He isn't alone.
Is it a Guam holiday? Because the reason I'm inquiring, I'm calling so many government of Guam offices and nobody seems to be answering, to include the 311. Do you know what's going on?
That caller says she and her husband and grandchildren have been waiting for their COVID-19 test results for 2 days. No one has picked up the phone.
I need to send my kids back to school because they're not allowed back to school, or not my kids, my grandkids, until they get a negative result. So I'm waiting.
9:30, you'll see that line shortened consistently.
There's also an issue with residents not receiving their test results in a timely manner at the Tidzin site.
Now, we have been getting reports that there are individuals who are negative who aren't getting their results for 3 to 5 days at sometimes. Most people get theirs through simple report very quickly. We've identified those issues and we are addressing them currently, and we don't expect that to be an issue in the future.
Estevez added that public health resources are currently focused on preventing the disease, infection, and death. For those wanting to get tested, the Tidzin site will continue testing until the 22nd. Drive-ups will be accepted on a limited basis, but those with symptoms will be prioritized. The Northern and Southern Health Centers are doing testing as well until the 22nd from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. by appointment only. Call 671-828-7604 or 7605 or 7518 for the Northern Health Center, and 671-635-7525 or 7526 for the Southern Health Center. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
From Island Education, it is, of course, back to school for students in first grade through high school seniors, as Catholic School Superintendent Father Val Rodriguez says with triple-digit COVID case counts continuing to be reported, he had to do something.
It's back to online learning for Catholic school students, grades 1 through 12, and Catholic School Superintendent Father Val Rodriguez says with triple-digit COVID case counts continuing to be reported, he had to do something.
The number of positive cases on island, we are not talking of the Catholic schools, but of the island-wide situation is very alarming. As we all know, last night we have 815 new cases. When I saw all of those figures, I really have to start seriously thinking about the situation. And of course, when we talk of the high number of positive cases on island, the first question I ask myself is how could I help in a way curb the surge that is going on?
Father Val says the decision wasn't easy to come to, but the school system's shortage of COVID test kits did play a role in that decision.
We have, I think, test kits that will last until tomorrow. And, being able to test our kids that go to school when we see minor symptoms, we have to test them in order to make sure that they are safe to go to school. But when we run out of test kits, so how can we assure our community that our schools will continue to be safe?
Father Val said he hasn't heard back from Public Health, the department responsible for providing schools with test kits to comply with public health school testing mandates. He added that Mercy Heights will be the only Catholic school open, but only for kindergarten and pre-K students. Father Val saying online learning is a struggle for these young students, but he's confident COVID protocols in place will keep them safe. He pleaded with parents to honor the intent of his decision to migrate back to distance learning in the midst of the Omicron surge.
Help the kids to really go distance learning. Don't let them go around, go to the malls or what, or else it just defeats the whole purpose of the distance learning. The utmost importance we have is really the safety and health of everyone.
Rodriguez said Catholic schools as private institutions are able to move between pandemic modes of learning quicker than their public school counterparts. When asked his thoughts on how the Guam Department of Education should respond to the severity of the Omicron surge. The Archdiocese, in a release, said it will monitor the surge situation and provide more updates. For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
Nestor Lecanto has our next story about island utilities as senators held a public hearing on a bill to authorize an exemption for a new diesel power plant down at Cabras. Here's Nestor with that report.
GPA is seeking the exemption because the proposed 41-megawatt diesel unit will be built within 1,500 feet of Jose Rios Middle School in violation of a 1993 law meant to protect students and teachers from any harmful pollutants from nearby generators. Environmental activist Michelle Vocolo is with the Micronesia Climate Change Alliance.
Allowing the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure, especially in the vicinity of a school, is a direct affront and act of chronic violence to a community's health, safety, and well-being in both the short and long term. Our children deserve to learn and play in a toxic-free, healthy environment.
But GPA says the proposed Cabras plant will burn fuel that's 99% cleaner, and it will be used sparingly, only as a backup to the main 198-megawatt plant to be built in Ukudu Dededo. Soon, the debate expanded into a relitigation of the need for Ukudu and what activists believe is the long-term health threat it poses. PUC Administrative Law Judge Fred Harecki.
The opponents seem to suggest that somehow, well, if we don't have the 198 megawatt, everything will be better. It'll preserve the environment, protect the environment. But the problem is, without that 198 megawatt plant, we can't even incorporate renewables. If the legislature were to heed these suggestions that somehow it's before you now whether to block the KEPCO plant, as I said, that would lead to an unmitigated disaster of fines, penalties, and power outages. We won't have sufficient power in the system if that plant is not built.
GPA has said, and the PUC agrees, that the Cabras unit is critical to the future plans for the island-wide system, and that's now in jeopardy. The lender has warned that if the law is not amended to avert the potential violation, it will withhold financing from KEPCO, the contractor for both the Cabras and Ukudu plants. The bottom line?
So potentially, if the legislature doesn't grant the exception, the entire Ukudu power plant project could fall through. And that is not a good thing for the people of Guam. It's a disaster.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Tomas Manglonia tells you now about it being off to the races for gubernatorial hopefuls up in the CNMI. After the announcement of House Representative Layla Stafford as Tina Sablan's Democratic running mate, there are now officially 3 teams vying for the executive seat. Here's Tomas with more.
Work. I've worked with a lot of students, young people, and families especially. And so I wanted to try and do this kind of work and help more families.
That was local House Representative Layla Staffler on the link in November. Overnight, she was announced as the Democratic Party nominee for Lieutenant Governor alongside Representative Tina Sablan, the former educator from Tinian, sealing the ticket for an already charged election season. In a previous interview on the link, Sablan shared what she wants in a running mate.
Say that I'm looking for someone who shares similar values and shares a similar vision. You know, I worked really hard with my Democratic colleagues to help write our platform that lays out the vision and the values of the party and our agenda for policy going forward.
And the path forward already proving to be rocky. Some Democrats on Rota recently expressed their support for the independent Republican ticket for sitting Lieutenant Governor Arno Palacios and Mayor David Apatang. It's a crowded field with a Senate impeachment trial looming for Governor Ralph Torres, who's running for re-election with Senator Vinny Sablan. However, history already being made with Democrats Sablan and Staffler making the first female gubernatorial ticket in the NMI. Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News.
Thank you. Tomas Manglotny with another great story here on our Link first newscast of the morning. Callers from the Link sounding off about testing availability and the governor's COVID-19 response.
With positive COVID cases hitting triple digits for the past 12 days and recent confirmation that the Omicron variant is on island, the Department of Public Health and Social Services continue to test island residents. Due to the high demand for testing, lines at the Tizan site seem to be getting longer and longer. COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Incident Commander Fernando Esteves explains.
What you may see in terms of long lines at Tizan, our normal operational capacity is roughly 600 a day. We've been exceeding that. So as a practice and across all sites, we take as many non-appointments as we can. And I think the most we've taken in a day was about 836 total to include the non-appointments. That way we can deploy our staff to other areas such as the lab as well, and other areas of need.
Although the northern and southern health centers are also conducting COVID testing, Esteves said that rerouting residents from the Tizan site to one of the centers isn't so simple.
We've evaluated that. Again, we're bringing more staffing on to be able to support those functions. It's not so much as just looking at the line and making that judgment on call to that. It's not so much as what you see in the line. Typically with Tizan, what happens is you have people who don't have appointments start lining up to come in first come, first serve. But with that, at a certain point, we count what is manageable based on the staffing at the site and within the time, and that line is cut off. So if you look and you were to go back to that same line
let's go back up to the CNMI. As a former CNMI government cabinet member and sitting senator, Edith De Leon Guerrero is the lone Democrat in the 9-member Senate that would hear the impeachment trial against Governor Ralph Torres. She says the Senate is all ears, and she isn't guaranteed to vote for Torres's conviction.
Of course, I am a sitting Democrat. I'm the only Democrat in the Senate, but personally, I cannot sit there and go through this process and consider this as a political, game or for reasons because I'm a Democrat and the governor's a Republican. No.
Saipan Senator Edith De Leon Guerrero is one of 9 senators who would decide the fate of Governor Ralph Torres in the impending impeachment trial. She wants to be fair and believes a person is innocent until proven guilty.
It's only fair and proper that my actions as we speak today has to be based on the facts and the evidence that is going to be presented before us if that should come through as a trial.
At least 6 senators would need to vote to convict Torres and remove him from office. And of the 9 sitting senators, there are 6 Republicans, 2 independents, and De Leon Guerrero, a Democrat. Those in the majority recently met to discuss possible impeachment rules. KUAM reached out to Senate President Jude Hofschneider multiple times for comment, but hasn't received a response.
We're hoping that the rules that were constructed back in 2013 during that time for the impeachment of Governor Ficto, and subsequently he resigned before even the impeachment trial happened at the Senate, that the Senate take that into consideration so that in our view, it would be a working document already in place, and we don't have to spend so much time to try to construct a new impeachment rules.
Those rules were crafted by the governor himself when he was a senator in 2013.
Whatever decision is made by the Senate President, obviously, that will be the process that we will all take as we, become involved in the impeachment proceedings.
Now let's go over to our look at sports here with Dave Delgado from the KUAM sports team. It is Sports Link brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell on this Friday.
Sports Link is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Mas.
The Micro Friends basketball organization has been around since 2013. They held their first local basketball tournament in 2018. They just recently wrapped up an 8-team tournament held at the Talofofo Gym. Winning this year's tournament was the Sixers.
It's an effort to raise funds for our upcoming trip. My team and myself, called Micro Friends, we're planning to travel out to Arizona. A bunch of us have been together for a while. A few of my guys have been together since even before 2018. It wasn't until 2018 that everybody that's on the roster now are fully established on the team. So we go further back to probably, let's say, like 2013. That's when the team officially started. But from 2018 and forward is when we started making moves for the team and getting ourselves in the local tournaments.
Micro Friends will be competing in the ICT competition held in Arizona in March. 10 players will be traveling on the roster, with 2 currently stateside.
It means a lot. I mean, basically it's just the love of the game. We all are very passionate about basketball. We love the sport, and especially with the tournaments, we love bringing together our community, especially with everything going on right now. It's just good to have everybody come out and, just get active and, try to beat the COVID in a way we can, the way we know, staying active.
Now for some programming news. Sunday, January 23rd on KUAM TV 11, 7:30 in the morning, NFL on CBS, AFC divisional playoff game between the Cincinnati Bengals at Tennessee Titans. Monday, January 24th at 6 in the morning, KUAM TV 8, NBC Sunday Night Football, NFL divisional playoff game, LA Rams at Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then on Monday, January 24th, KUAM TV 11, 9:30 in the morning, NFL on CBS. It's the AFC's other divisional playoff game between the Buffalo Bills at Kansas City Chiefs.
SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Más.
Let's look at news. Our first look at news brought to you by Pacific Points with Jason Salas and yours truly, Chris Barnett. This is The Link. Calvo Enterprises, ITN and Jack in the Box. Public Auditor BJ Cruz is coming up. We've also got Tomas Manglotnia, who will go over some of our social media stuff and also report on CNMI regional news. Good morning. We've also got Dr. Annette David, who's with the Epidemiology Working Group. She'll come on and kind of go in a little bit more detail on the surge and the governor's message, which again we'll play. Basically, Governor Lilian Guerrero coming out with a social media video yesterday saying, stay the course. Apparently, these high case counts, they think we can handle it. All right, so stay the course. I'm just going to say on a personal note, I don't think you should stay the course because you guys are spreading it. Stop spreading it, okay? No pun intended. Stop spreading it. Don't stay the course. Be safer. Do better, guys. What we're hearing is a lot of people are starting to, like the Catholic schools, outside of any restrictions coming down from on high, they're saying, hey, let's go back to online, right? I was talking to some restaurant people yesterday and asking them, hey, because remember when the Delta surge happened and these restaurants are like, let's go down to 50% occupancy? Well, what I'm hearing with a lot of these restaurants is that people aren't really going out to eat because of this surge, right? They're kind of staying home, doing a lot of takeout. And so the conversation I had with someone yesterday was like, we don't need to go down to 50% because we're kind of already there. So it is what it is, guys. 7:16 on a Friday morning. We're going to take a break and come back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at ITNE, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at ITNE, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I'm searching for you.
Hey, it's Friday. This is like the longest short week ever, right? Because Monday was a holiday.
I know. I was like, I think like the fact that it's Friday right now snuck up on a lot of people.
Yeah.
But it's like, but for us, this has been a long 4 days, man.
Yeah, it has. Man, these case counts and all this COVID news, right? But that's not really what makes me tired. What makes me tired is when you guys want to know things and we get a hard time trying to find the answer. That's what makes a long week for me. 7/22, Friday, January 21st. Jake, can you just run down the testing info again, if you don't mind? It is sold out. T-Zen is sold out for today and tomorrow. But Jay does have there's some new info. They got a new phone number for the public health, the Northern Public Health.
Actually, I stand corrected in that. They are using like the same one, so we got the right one. So community testing, if you would, please, Mr. Sir. 9 to 12 today and tomorrow. So today and tomorrow down in Ilahan and up in Dedido at the Public Health Community Health Centers for either region. You can be tested if you have COVID-like symptoms by appointment only. So you do need to call. The number, of course, for Dedido, 671-635-7525 or 7526. Again, 671, if you're listening to us on the radio, 635-7525 or 7526 to schedule an appointment. Travel-related testing will not be offered, and you do need to have COVID-like symptoms by appointment only. 4 adults per vehicle, please. Down in Ilahan, again, 9 to 12, today and tomorrow. That number, 671-828-7604, 671-828-7604, 7605, or 7518. It's been a while since I've said like the 828
Yeah.
area code. I like that. Remember, what also was Joni at? 727, right?
789.
789, thank you. I used to call up a friend of mine in college like every single day. She
Yeah,
stayed
that
she
really-
stayed in Baza Gardens, and it was always 789.
Oh, you had a friend that stayed in Baza Gardens?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She was like, hey, we're going to watch some movies. Why don't you come over? I was like, yeah, I'm up in Jigo. I'll be there in like 45 minutes.
So you had to press 1 back then, right, to call from Jigo to John?
Wasn't that far.
723. Let's move to the port now. We're getting Public Auditor BJ Cruz. Remember, he came out with this crazy audit. It's crazy audit. This whole Port 7 and the back wages. And in this audit, I know that in one case of the awarding of the back wages, the public auditor, one of the issues he had was that they gave him these like retroactive performance evals, but they gave him like the highest possible rating, which means they got the biggest possible pay increase when calculating their back wages. They got like the super outstanding, exceptional, you are awesome rating. And he had some issues with that because these employees in their previous employment before they were entered into the whole Port 7 thing, they didn't get outstanding, super, you're awesome, exceptional ratings. And so that was one of the big things in the audit. There were a bunch of stuff in the audit. But basically what the port did through the GM Roy Respicio is they took all of the red flags that the public auditor raised in his audit report and they made a resolution. And they kind of flipped it on it. They said, okay, the public auditor had a problem with this, and this, so we're going to make a resolution and ratify these back wage payouts, and we're going to make sure we do this, and this, and correct all the issues that the auditor had. And so we're going to play this SOT here from the port board meeting yesterday, and then we're getting public auditor BJ Cruz, who's not too happy about it, I would say, right here on the link. It's 724, and again, this is from yesterday's Port Authority of Guam board meeting.
This resolution, again, will provide the clarity and closure for this situation and stress that there was no overpayments that were made, there was no mistakes that were made. It's just if there was a board policy in place to do exactly what was done with these back payments, then certainly we believe it would not have been an issue. And so we offer this resolution for the board's consideration.
So Rory, we are just complying to the recommendation of the OPA.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes,
And
Mr.
also
Chair.
any legal matter, our legal counsel check on this. So we don't have any legal that may be taken against us again, if anything.
Correct, and we have a letter from the public auditor, which is attached to the file, giving further guidance to make sure that we write and signed by the incumbent general manager, and also make it so that there's a policy for consistency and uniformity going forward. And that letter is provided in the packet.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Judy.
thank you. I'd like to do two things first. One is I want to offer a motion to support the resolution, and then I want to speak to the resolution.
Okay.
In whatever order you prefer.
I'll second
Go
it
ahead,
for
Dr.
I'll second it for Dr. Guthers to have a discussion.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, dear port management and port employees. As an observer from outside the port, I have seen this circumstance come up over and over again over the last couple of years. And I took the time over the last 2 weeks in particular to delve into this circumstance more deeply. I did that because I was new to the board, and I at some point knew this would be coming up again. And I wanted to make sure that whatever my personal position would be on this matter that it would be an educated decision on my part. In reading through all of the supporting documents, including the letter from the public auditor expressing his concurrence on the proposed action plan, I want to say a few things. First, I think it's very important for us to stress for everybody watching the proceedings of this minute through Island Media and social media that there was no overpayment made to any of the 7 wrongfully terminated employees. And the reason I use the word wrongfully is not to find blame on anyone's part, but to basically emphasize that the process was not followed. Number 2, in reading the public auditor's concerns, if there had been a board policy in place to mirror the actions taken by management to reconstruct these back wages, I believe there wouldn't be any claim that overpayments were made. So in this resolution, we are being asked to ratify these actions and provide a board policy which specifically will provide the following. First, that the salary increment for back wages of reinstated employees found to be wrongfully terminated in a judgment or order from the Civil Service Commission or the courts of Guam shall be based on the average ratings of the employee's last 3 years' employment at the port. And second, if for whatever reason the employee's performance evaluation or increment certification was unsigned or somehow delayed, and a letter from the general manager rejecting the performance evaluation or increment certification was not submitted at the time the employee's performance or evaluation was submitted to Human Resources, then the incumbent general manager so shall accept such submission of the performance evaluation for purposes of reconstructing the employee's back wages. And third, that all salary increments and performance appraisals for reinstated employees shall be approved and signed by the incumbent general manager who approves the corresponding personnel action. In addition, and because there was no board policy at the time all of this administrative, including board action, was taken, the public auditor concluded that the port violated its own personnel rules and regulations. I get it, Mr. Chairman. This is not a fair conclusion, but I can see how such a conclusion is being made. How much longer all of those who were terminated originally, our 7 port employees, how much longer have they to endure all of this? We are going on 10 years and millions of dollars spent to fight these employees. We must end all of this misconception, and in so doing, make sure that clarifications are made for the record purposes. Resolution 2022-01, with all of its supporting documents, provides the clarity to frame the real story and exactly what happened. As the newest board member here, I can see how these actions to reconstruct these back wages could have been misinterpreted to make the kind of suggestions resulting from these audit findings. Also, as the newest board member, I want to stress that had I been a member of this board at the time, Mr. Chairman, you and our colleagues made the very difficult decision to instruct the Deputy General Manager to honor the judgment and orders by the Civil Service Commission, the Superior Court of Guam, and the Supreme Court. And I would have voted yes at that time had I been a member as well.
From the Port Authority of Guam board meeting yesterday, where they're ratifying a resolution. Hi, BJ. Good morning. Public Auditor BJ Cruz here in our KUAM News Link Zoom room.
Good morning.
I just wanted to kind of go into this. Well, I guess, first of all, your reaction to that little clip that we had just played.
Well, as I stated in the letter that I just sent, a letter that I sent you, that I had sent to Roy in the port last week, was I'm glad that a department is finally taking our performance audits to heart and actually implementing a corrective action plan. It is required that after performance audit that the auditee establish a corrective action plan and get it implemented within 6 months of the audit. Unfortunately, most departments don't. And so we told him that we were glad that he was finally going to do it, and the fact that he was going to go to the board for ratification, because in both audits that we did of the port, we found that this action should have gone to the for ratification before the board. You'll note in the letter that I sent him that though they went for ratification, they did not implement the recommendation that we made in the finding. Yes, we did ding them on the fact that they were using the last 3 years the employee was there. But the problem that we found in both sets of audits was that when the current board went back to find the last 3 performance audits of the employees, they could not and did not find 3 performance evaluations that were signed by the GM. We pointed that out in the first audit, that employee Q, he had 2 audits that hadn't been signed by the GM at the time that year that it was supposed to be signed. And we found that in the personnel rules and regulations, it explicitly says the supervisor shall do the performance evaluation and shall submit it to the general manager who will sign it and certify it. But these things were not signed. What was done at the port last night was they've now given the authority of the incumbent GM, the GM at the time today, to go back and sign the signature, put a signature on a performance evaluation that a port general manager 8 and 9 and 10 years ago did not sign for some reason. As auditors, we could not divine or read the minds of the auditors, of the GM at the time, to know why they didn't do it. We just assumed because it wasn't signed that it was, according to the personnel rules and regulations, that it was not certified and approved. And in one instance, in this case, we actually found that one of the employees in, I think it was S or T, I can't remember, but one of the employees in her settlement agreement required that, or demanded that the port pay a salary increment from a year before the employee was terminated, before 2012. That to us was evidence of the fact that the non-signature by the general manager at the time meant that the increment couldn't have been implemented and given to the employee. But now, 8 years later, the current board, general manager signed what the GM at the time that was working with that employee refused to sign, and it's now their rules. And we recommended in our audit that what they do is that the board establish something within the personnel rules and regulations that states when an employee is reinstated, they shall get X number of a percentage per year, and have that established in the board, in the personnel rules and regulations. And we recommended that it be 2%, not 5% like everybody has been getting. And that was the recommendation that we made. What the board did last night, or at least, I don't know, I wasn't listening to it, but it seems they ratified a proposal that was submitted by Rory that said that the action of the incumbent GM to sign the personal performance evaluations from 2010, 2011, and 2012 is ratified, and that the actions of the port to give 5% or 4% to the employee regardless was now ratified. And in the letter that I just sent
can I just read this
letter?
So this is a correspondence from Public Auditor BJ Cruz back to Port GM, current Port GM Roy Respicio. And in this letter, you kind of point out here that, well, you do point out here that the use of average ratings of the employee's last 3 years' employment at the port to calculate for the annual salary increments, and this is in bold italics, is not an audit recommendation, but the port management's proposal. If the board ratifies this management proposal, OPA will acknowledge and respect the board action. So you're saying it's not what you put in the audit, but if they passed it, then fine. You respect it?
We have to. We've asked them to do something. They've done something that might not be exactly what we wanted, but they at least got ratification. And now they have, hopefully, they now have a personnel rules and regulations amendment that gives them the authority to do this. It's most unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm sorry.
No, you
we
didn't.
did our recommendation.
You didn't just use the "it is what it is." Not the public auditor.
You'll note in the letter that I bolded that line. That it is not our audit recommendation. It is the port management's. But if it's ratified, we have to accept it.
BJ, what about the other findings in the audit? I mean, there were some other things that I didn't.
Well, no, I mean there were a number of things. We criticized them on the fact that in calculating the back wages that are due, the employee is supposed to provide proof of mitigation. You know, it's supposed to be the way that you figure out how much they're due is you go back and you look and see how much would they have made during the period that they were not employed at the port, 7 or 8 years, and you get that number, and then you mitigate it, meaning you subtract from it whatever the employee earned during that period outside. When we did the first audit, employee Q, he provided all the W-2s, and he provided proof from each of the 4 employers that he had during that period, and how much he made on from each of those employers. In this audit, in S&T, one employee provided nothing at all, just said an amount, and it was accepted. The other employee gave their personnel action plan from GovGuam employee department that they were going to work for about what the salary was going to be, but they didn't provide a W-2 form. They didn't provide tax returns from those years to show that that is in fact how much they earned during those years. There was no due diligence done by the port to determine what really was earned by the employees while they were out, and so we question that. I mean, the other thing that we questioned was maybe the potential prohibition on retroactive pay that came to light during this audit. We noticed that one of the demands with the settlement agreement was that they get their increment for the period in FY19 that GovGuam was supposed to be in austerity, and there was not supposed to be any increments. And in fact, since I was the chairman of appropriations at that time, I specifically wrote into it that they were not supposed to be reimbursed that later, because that, and they got it, and we pointed it out as a finding, and the response that we got back from the port was, we checked with BBMR, and BBMR told them that since they weren't getting an appropriation from the general fund, that it didn't cover them, didn't cover the port. And the port also responded that the CCU issued a resolution stating that that budget prohibition in FY19 didn't apply to them. I pointed out to we pointed out to the port that, if you remember, just 3 months ago, the Attorney General, in an opinion about GURA, stated that GURA was a government entity, and the prohibition in FY19 applied to GURA. And it applied to all agencies, whether they're autonomous or optimus. It did cover them, and that they shouldn't have done that. The Attorney General opinion was to GURA, and GURA was fighting it. I don't know what they finally ended up doing, but the question hasn't been raised about what we do about the port and what we do about the utilities.
There was also
the interesting thing that we discovered in at the port was when we did an audit of what they did during those months. What happened was the legislature passed the budget bill in August. Okay, and we had this prohibition in there. The port, realizing that there was going to be this prohibition against increments during FY19, in mid-September, passed a resolution awarding the increments earlier, so that it wasn't after October 1st, but they increased everybody 2 weeks before October 1st, so that they could claim that they didn't raise anybody's salaries during the FY.
Pretty slick.
And we just said, well, though this only applied to the employee for a 2-week period, we don't know how much it cost for the entire port to give all of its employees, all its 400 employees, increments during that year when the rest of the government was in austerity, and so we couldn't calculate what that was. The other thing that we found was we found a conflict of interest, or at least we found a potential conflict of interest, in that all of this work was done by the deputy GM. And the deputy GM prior position was the chairman of the Civil Service Commission. And if you read the audit and you go to the appendices, you'll find in the appendix the Civil Service Commission orders for these two employees, and you'll find on those orders the signature of the current deputy GM. And when we pointed this out to the port, they sent us back a response. They didn't think that it was a conflict of interest because he wasn't related. He wasn't getting any financial gain from it. And the deputy GM submitted an affidavit to that effect and stated, yeah, I was at the Civil Service Commission until December the 12th, 2019. On December the 13th of 2019, I became the deputy GM. And yeah, the following week, I negotiated all of these settlements. And these were settlements that he did, at least he didn't say in his thing, that he had been the one that ordered them.
Yeah, BJ, so does that...
And to the credit of my employees, we had all attended the ethics class because there's that new law that everybody's supposed to take ethics.
Yeah.
We attended an ethics class as a group, and in it we learned about conflict of interest and the fact that employees should not be acting on something that they were involved in their previous employment. And so we pointed it out as a potential. We just pointed it out. I mean, that's for the Ethics Commission to establish, or actually until the Ethics Commission is established. Ironically, the ethics issues are supposed to be addressed by the Civil Service Commission.
Wow. BJ, this just sounds like the biggest OOG. But yeah, you didn't see any of those other concerns in the resolution. And I just got to say, like, what is the board doing? Do they read these audits?
Well,
I mean,
no,
do they? Because I mean, I feel like
when we do the next audit, we'll probably point out what we, the issues that we have. But I have to accept and respect the fact that an action was taken, a resolution was presented, and they deliberated and they acted. Whether or not it's going to pass the test of approval, recently there was all this issue of the agendas having to be explicit in what they're going to be doing. I haven't looked at the agenda to determine whether or not it meets those specifications and whether or not it was clear that what the port was going to be ratifying last night was the settlement agreement that settled almost $3.5 million worth of back pay.
So basically, you're saying that these $100,000 cherry on tops of these superior, exceptional, you're the most awesome employee we ever had when you weren't working here, back wage calculations, that since the board has come out with a resolution ratifying the method, that they're basically above reproach and they've successfully covered their ass. Is that what you're saying?
I lost you.
Are you saying that this board resolution and ratification of this whole process is, does it effectively cover the port's ass?
Well, yeah, that's what ratification is that what may have been a questionable act has now been approved by the board. And so now it's the board that has ratified what we found as wrong, or at least we had issues with, and supposedly made it right. And in our next audit, I guess we'll see whether or not that was sufficient.
Do you think there's any other remedies? Is the AG doing a review? I think he is.
Well, the AG is going to, I guess, we'll look and make a determination on whether or not the port has to comply with the FY19 austerity and freeze, and give specific directions to them that yes, it applies to you regardless of what BBMR and the CCU says, that the attorney, I as the Attorney General, have opined that it applies to all agencies. So,
BJ, in that clip we just played with former Senator Judy Guthertz and current Port Board member Judy Guthertz, would you say that she twisted your words in that clip? Because it kind of sounded that way to me. But I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I didn't hear her that clearly, but I'll have to listen to the tape later. But no, I trust Judy tried her best to weave in what the port wanted, what the port did, and tried to convince the board that we need to make this right by having a personnel rules and regulations that addresses how we reinstate employees. That was not what we recommended. We recommended that there be a provision that states that there was a certain percentage to be given, not that the incumbent GM was supposed to go back and do what a GM didn't want to do 8 or 9 or 10 years ago, and sign a performance evaluation that they had no idea. The incumbent GM did not even know what these employees were doing at the port 10 years ago. How could he know whether or not that employee was deserving of a 5% increase at that time? Or was an excellent employee at the time?
Outstanding.
And the thing that we pointed out is that, and we're trying to get the legislature to address this, to try to have some equity between the autonomous agencies and the regular GovGuam. In GovGuam, the highest you can get if you get an exceptional, outstanding exceptional rating, the highest you can get as an increase is 3.5%. At the port, you can get 6% increase annually. And in GovGuam, after you get to a certain level, I think it's step 10, you don't get an annual performance evaluation. It's every 18 months,
right?
So that you spread out the period in which these employees are getting these huge raises.
Right.
The port has it every 12 months, like clockwork. They go up 5% for everybody, and that's substantial.
Yeah, it is. Maybe that's why they. I don't know if you saw this release that came out from the port news release. Port climate survey shows high morale, and this came out yesterday too. Did you get this one, BJ?
No, and you'll see in this, if you read this audit, you'll see that this one employee left the port at 89,000 a year and came back at 114 because of all the 5% increases that she received.
Well, I commend you for continuing to point out all these red flags.
Well, we point them out and we hope somebody does something. Well, the port board did something. They've now ratified it. But I'm hoping that the legislature looks at it and tries to provide equity between the 12,000 GovGuam employees and the employees of the autonomous agencies that get 5% increases annually, and the GovGuam employees who get 1 or at the most 3% per annum.
Right.
And some don't even get it for 18 months.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you for this, BJ. But just before we let you go, the above step audit, sole source procurement, your work calendar for calendar year 2022, pretty juicy stuff. You have any status? I mean, have you guys started any of those?
No, we haven't started. We're still trying to clean up the audits that we have outstanding, and I hope. The other thing is, did you see our CFA one?
I did briefly, yes. Did you want to touch on that a little bit?
Well, no offense, Chris, but, the government spends tens of thousands, if not millions, actually, in doing these audits. And really, people need to read them. In the CFA audit, realizing that people don't want to read, and even the 2-page highlights that I put on might be too much. We put a visual 1-page infographic on it, and in it we pointed out that there were some issues in there. We pointed out potential conflict of interest in that the chairman of the board of CFA is also a sibling of the owner of Eagle, which is the vendor that provides the school and the supplies at the school, and has a $2.4 million contract with CFA. And I also pointed out something interesting that happened last year. I mean, when I was chairman of appropriations, we appropriated over 6 million, but anywhere from 6.5 or above, or around that area, per student for the school. So during the last 3 years, CFA has gotten its 6 million plus for whatever number of students that it had enrolled at the school. All right. Someone got in the last budget a provision that the charter schools could use unencumbered funds from prior years to satisfy outstanding prior year obligations. Last year, CFA submitted to the Department of Administration a request for $1.1 million. And if you look on in the infographic, on the budgeted amounts and the actual amounts received, I think the difference each year of the budgeted amount and the actual amount, which is how many employees they actually had, that difference is that 1.1. And they got the $1.1 million from the Department of Administration. And that 1.1 million went directly to pay prior year outstanding on the $2.4 million. And that went straight to Eagle in the Philippines.
Straight to the sibling.
Yep.
Wow. Well, it is juicy. BJ, wow, you called me out on not reading these this audit for SIFA. I apologize. I'm looking at it now, though. We're going to pop it up in our Facebook Live feed. But I thank you. I got to jump over to KUM-TV. Did you want to hang on through the break real quick and we'll wrap? Or if you got to go, you got to go.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, BJ. Last question, though. I did have one. There was a comment. Do you think that there should be a legislative oversight hearing on this very conflicting and worrisome actions that the Port Authority has taken?
That is a decision the legislature is going to have to make. I've very stayed away from saying what they should do. I make recommendations.
Thank you, BJ. Have a good weekend. Be safe.
Thank you.
There you go. Public Auditor BJ Cruz. Yep. I mean, pointing these things out in the audit, like you said, what are they going to do about it? It's 8:04 KUAM-TV. It is Friday morning. Let's go ahead and jump over. We're going to do our 8 o'clock newscast, guys, so stick around. We got a special address from the governor that she released yesterday. I called it yesterday. I said it's crazy. Cases are crazy. I feel a YouTube video coming down. And we have it. And it's coming up here on the link. KUAM-TV. Fix yourself. Here we come. Good morning, KUAM-TV. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Joe, sir. Good morning, Jason Solis. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box proud to bring you this episode of The Link. It is Friday, January 21st, 2022. Our 8 o'clock newscast brought to you by Pacific Points is coming up, and we're also going to look at regional news with Tomas Manglotnia from the KUAM news team. Good stuff there with the public auditor. Yeah, it is a little frustrating. I mean, like he had said there in the closing, they meticulously come out and do all this work, point out all these red flags. I mean, if I was a senator, I would send the OPA flowers on Valentine's because they're basically doing all the work for you guys, and they're putting it in they even make it easy. They do it a little like infographic, right? For people like me who don't like to read so much, they put the pictures on it, right? So they're trying very hard to get the information in these audits out to the public. Okay, yeah, check that out. That's pretty juicy. So he's basically saying that this charter school does business with the sibling of the charter school that owns this other company, and then they just like pass money back and forth between each other. It's huge conflict of interest, right? I mean, that ethics commission, when they finally get up and running, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have quite a backlog of complaints. Because I mean, just on this show alone, we've had, I would say this morning, probably 4, 5, 6, 7 different instances of an action that probably could warrant a complaint to the ethics commission. It's 8:07, Friday, January 21st. We'll go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast. Jay, did we want to start with the governor's special address?
Sure.
Okay, so we will. We'll start with this is your governor, Governor Lulian Guerrero, here with a special COVID-19 address that was released, I want to say last night, right?
Yeah, I think about 7:30 or so.
Yeah, last night around 7:30, it was released with the Joint Information Center results. And again, it's the governor of Guam with a special address.
Half a day. This past week, we received the official word, Omicron is here. This variant is prevalent across the globe, and we knew it was only a matter of time before it would reach our shores. The national trend is that Omicron appears to be retreating, as evidenced by shrinking cases across the United States. Omicron also appears to be mild, especially for the vaccinated and boosted. We do know that it is highly transmissible, and we are seeing this in Guam's new case counts. Although our caseload is on the rise and we expect more new cases in the days to come, we prepared for this. We prepared by ensuring the vast majority of Guam is vaccinated. We prepared by ensuring boosters are widely available and accessible. We stayed prepared by continuing to wear our mask, wash our hands, and watch our distance. The trends tell us that Omicron burns fast and burns differently from Delta. Although these rising case numbers may look like an uphill battle, like I have said, we are prepared and we will continue to stay the course. We are seeing that the percentage of cases causing severe illness is much lower than when it was with the Delta variant. And vaccines, particularly after a booster shot, remain extremely effective in preventing hospitalization and death. Prior to vaccinations, our worst days saw COVID hospitalizations exceed 100, with dozens admitted to the ICU, needing a ventilator to breathe, and at times we mourned multiple deaths a day. With Omicron, that is not the case. At the time of this recording, among all 3 of our hospitals, there are 27 COVID admissions, 3 in the ICU, and 1 on the ventilator support. Despite the alarming number of new cases, we are protected. Our health interventions are working, and the state of our hospital is evidence of this. I strongly urge those of you due for the booster to roll up your sleeves and maximize your protection today. I strongly urge those who are exposed and asymptomatic to closely monitor yourself for any symptoms and seek testing when concerned. I strongly urge those who test positive and are symptomatic to get treatment to avoid hospitalization. Thank you for being responsible.
All right. Well, of course, the chief executive, Governor Lulian Guerrero, on her thoughts, indicating that, at least in the states, that the numbers are beginning to subside. Please let us know your thoughts on the governor's video last night. Put them in comments. And while you get to that, I'll read you the numbers about coronavirus and its infection impact on Guam. Last night, 729 new COVID cases out of 2,785 samples were confirmed. They were tested on Wednesday. That's a test positivity rate of 26%, down 2 percentage points from the previous day. 30 cases were identified through contact tracing, and 138 of those cases were reported through of those that were reported, were through the Department of Defense. 26 island residents are hospitalized, 18 vaccinated, 7 unvaccinated. There have now been 25,757 cases since the beginning of the pandemic. Chima Mbakwam has stepped down from his position as Chief Public Health Officer for Public Health as he returned to Public Health's tuberculosis and Hansen's disease program, the latter, of course, more commonly known as leprosy. The agency noted that Mbakwam is still Public Health's technical lead for COVID-19 response and assures residents he's still involved with the department. Food commodities continues today for residents of Santa Rita Sumay. So if you are a resident of the Southern Village, from 12:30 to 5 p.m. at the Santa Rita Community Center, you will be able to avail of there are a total of 400 bags that will be distributed while supplies last. For more information, of course, call your mayor's office. That number is 671-565-2514. Of course, your link updates always proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, where at Pacific Points you can do more, get more. And we, of course, on a link, thank our friends at Pacific Points for bringing you today's headlines. And let's get started with utilities news now, as a GPA says it could be a disastrous blow to the future reliability of the island-wide power system. Senators held a public hearing on a bill to authorize an exemption for a new diesel power plant over in Cabras.
GPA is seeking the exemption because the proposed 41-megawatt diesel unit will be built within 1,500 feet of Jose Rios Middle School in violation of a 1993 law meant to protect students and teachers from any harmful pollutants from nearby generators. Environmental activist Michelle Vocolo is with the Micronesia Climate Change Alliance.
Allowing the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure, especially in the vicinity of a school, is a direct affront and act of chronic violence to a community's health, safety, and well-being in both the short and long term. Our children deserve to learn and play in a toxic-free, healthy environment.
But GPA says the proposed Cabris plant will burn fuel that's 99% cleaner, and it will be used sparingly, only as a backup to the main 198 megawatt plant to be built in Ukudu Dededo. Soon, the debate expanded into a relitigation of the need for Ukudu and what activists believe is the long-term health threat it poses. PUC Administrative Law Judge Fred Harecki.
The opponents seem to suggest that somehow, well, if we don't have the 198 megawatt, everything will be better. It'll preserve the environment, protect the environment. But the problem is, without that 198 megawatt plant, we can't even incorporate renewables. If the legislature were to heed these suggestions that somehow it's before you now whether to block the KEPCO plant, as I said, that would lead to an unmitigated disaster of fines, penalties, and power outages. We won't have sufficient power in the system if that plant is not built.
GPA has said, and the PUC agrees, that the Cabris unit is critical to the future plans for the island-wide system, and that's now in jeopardy. The lender has warned that if the law is not amended to avert the potential violation, it will withhold financing from KEPCO, the contractor for both the Cabris and Ukudu plants. The bottom line?
So potentially, if the legislature doesn't grant the exception, the entire Ukudu power plant project could fall through. And that is not a good thing for the people of Guam. It's a disaster.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Okay, so it is obviously back to online learning for Catholic school students grades 1st through 12th. And Catholic School Superintendent Father Val Rodriguez says with triple-digit case counts continuing to be reported, he had to do something.
It's back to online learning for Catholic school students grades 1 through 12, and Catholic School Superintendent Father Val Rodriguez says with triple-digit COVID case counts continuing to be reported, he had to do something.
The number of positive cases on island, we're not talking of the Catholic schools, but of the island-wide situation is very alarming. As we all know, last night we have 815 new cases. When I saw all of those figures, I really have to start seriously thinking about the situation. And of course, when we talk of the high number of positive cases on island, the first question I ask myself is how could I help in a way curb the surge that is going on?
Father Val says the decision wasn't easy to come to, but the school system's shortage of COVID test kits did play a role in that decision.
We have, I think, test kits that will last until tomorrow. And, being able to test our kids that go to school when we see minor symptoms, we have to test them in order to make sure that they are safe to go to school. But when we run out of test kits, so how can we assure our community that our schools will continue to be safe?
Father Val said he hasn't heard back from Public Health, the department responsible for providing schools with test kits to comply with public health school testing mandates. He added that Mercy Heights will be the only Catholic school open, but only for kindergarten and pre-K students. Father Val saying online learning is a struggle for these young students, but he's confident COVID protocols in place will keep them safe. He pleaded with parents to honor the intent of his decision to migrate back to distance learning in the midst of the Omicron surge.
Help the kids to really go distance learning. Don't let them go around, go to the malls or what, or else it just defeats the whole purpose of the distance learning. The utmost importance we have is really the safety and health of everyone.
Rodriguez said Catholic schools as private institutions are able to move between pandemic modes of learning quicker than their public school counterparts. When asked his thoughts on how the Guam Department of Education should respond to the severity of the Omicron surge. The Archdiocese, in a release, said it will monitor the surge situation and provide more updates. For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports. News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
Let's go to Central Guam for our next story in the village of Tumuning, where residents from that village showed up for Mayor Luis Rivera's food commodities distribution event.
Island residents in need can come out and receive food from their respective villages. Today at the Senior Center in Tamuning, cars lined up ready to get their produce. Mayor of Tamuning, Luis Rivera.
We have oranges, apples, carrots, and celery. 2 weeks ago, we gave out the dry foods, canned foods, and beans, macaroni.
The commodity distribution is on a first-come, first-served basis and is limited to 3 households per vehicle. Today in Tamuning, 500 boxes of produce were available to the community.
During this pandemic, everybody's in need of something in one way or the other. Even if you have money, you're making money, but then you have to spend all your money on buying things to sanitize. You know, all the unexpected expenses are popping up all over. And so with food, I mean, you know, like especially like with this fresh produce, it's all, you know, it's such a blessing that this is being grown and, you know, gifts from God. You know, there's just, it's wonderful to be able to share that and get it out to the people in need.
While they'll never turn down someone in need, the food distribution is specific to the people of the village where it's being held.
And we don't know who it is, and we're not going to question. I mean, you know, we just ask that it go to people in need. You know, if you have more of, you know, and you're able to share, please do so. Don't hesitate, because there's always somebody out there in need.
The next food distribution will be held in Santa Rita on Friday from 12:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. To find out more information, please call your respective mayor's office. They can also put you on the registry to pick up food. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devonzo. 12:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. To find out more information, please call your respective mayor's office. They can also put you on the registry to pick up food. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devonzo.
Staying in the central part of the island, Public Health says the Tijan testing site has been exceeding its normal testing capacity.
With positive COVID cases hitting triple digits for the past 12 days and recent confirmation that the Omicron variant is on island, the Department of Public Health and Social Services continue to test island residents. Due to the high demand for testing, lines at the Tizan site seem to be getting longer and longer. COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Incident Commander Fernando Esteves explains.
What you may see in terms of long lines at Tizan, our normal operational capacity is roughly 600 a day. We've been exceeding that. So as a practice and across all sites, we take as many non-appointments as we can. And I think the most we've taken in a day was about 836 total, to include the non-appointments. That way we can deploy our staff to other areas such as the lab as well, and other areas of need.
Although the northern and southern health centers are also conducting COVID testing, Esteves said that rerouting residents from the Tizan site to one of the centers isn't so simple.
We've evaluated that. Again, we're bringing more staffing on to be able to support those functions. It's not so much as just looking at the line and making that judgment on call to that. It's not so much as what you see in the line. Typically with Tizan, what happens is you have people who don't have appointments start lining up to come in first come, first serve. But with that, at a certain point, we count what is manageable based on the staffing at the site and within the time, and that line is cut off. So if you look and you were to go back to that same line around 9:30, you'll see that line shortened consistently.
There's also an issue with residents not receiving their test results in a timely manner at the Tizan site.
Now, we have been getting reports that there are individuals who are negative who aren't getting their results for 3 to 5 days at sometimes. Most people get theirs through simple report very quickly. We've identified those issues and we are addressing them currently, and we don't expect that to be an issue in the future.
Esteves added that public health resources are currently focused on preventing the disease, infection, and death. For those wanting to get tested, the Tizan site will continue testing until the 22nd. Drive-ups will be accepted on a limited basis, but those with symptoms will be prioritized. The northern and southern health centers are doing testing as well until the 22nd from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. by appointment only. Call 671-828-7604 or 7605 or 7518 for the Northern Health Center, and 671-635-7525 or 7526 for the Southern Health Center. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Tomas Manglotnia, our regional correspondent extraordinaire, who joins us in studio right now. Tomas, Hafide, good morning, and two interesting stories that you covered yesterday relative to the CNMI election race.
Yes, that first story being for the first time in NMI history, there is a full ticket making history. Tina Sablan being the first female candidate for governor, and Leila Staffler now the first female candidate for lieutenant governor, and also the first to run for lieutenant governor from the island of Tinian. So here's that story.
In that work, I've worked with a lot of students, young people, and families especially. And so I wanted to try and do this kind of work and help more families.
That was local House Representative Leila Staffler on The Link in November. Overnight, she was announced as the Democratic Party nominee for lieutenant governor alongside Representative Tina Sablan, the former educator from Tinian, sealing the ticket for an already charged election season. In a previous interview on The Link, Sablan shared what she wants in a running mate.
Say that I'm looking for someone who shares similar values and shares a similar vision. You know, I worked really hard with my Democratic colleagues to help write our platform that lays out the vision and the values of the party and our agenda for policy going forward.
And the path forward already proving to be rocky. Some Democrats on Rhoda recently expressed their support for the independent Republican ticket for sitting Lieutenant Governor Arno Palacios and Mayor David Apateng. It's a crowded field with a Senate impeachment trial looming for Governor Ralph Torres, who's running for re-election with Senator Vinny Sablan. However, history already being made with Democrats Sablan and Staffler making the first female gubernatorial ticket in the NMI. Tomas Manglotnia for KOAM News. All right, and now we're going to be playing this next story from some callers that called into The Link yesterday, expressing some of their concerns with the approach to responding to this pandemic. Here's that story.
What is this governor trying to do? Get everybody sick is no problem.
Residents left with more questions than answers. Callers into The Link trying to make sense of the pandemonium in this pandemic.
I'm a disabled guy, and I'm listening to you every morning.
Thank you.
And that's really bothering me, because I'm a disabled myself, okay? And the way I'm talking, I got stroke, heart attack, and I got a heart problem, and I need open heart surgery, and I can't afford it. They can't help me to get my wife to go with me. So they want us to die. That's it. Go ahead and get coronavirus.
That heart-wrenching sentiment of a resident boiling into frustration. He isn't alone.
Is it a Guam holiday? Because the reason I'm inquiring, I'm calling so many government of Guam offices and nobody seems to be answering, to include the 311. Do you know what's going on?
That caller says she and her husband and grandchildren have been waiting for their COVID-19 test results for 2 days. No one has picked up the phone.
I need to send my kids back to school because they're not allowed back to school, or not my kids, my grandkids, until they get a negative result. So I'm waiting.
And the public health says the Tizan testing site has been exceeding normal testing capacity. Here's that story.
With positive COVID cases hitting triple digits for the past 12 days and recent confirmation that the Omicron variant is on island, the Department of Public Health and Social Services continue to test island residents. Due to the high demand for testing, lines at the Tizan site seem to be getting longer and longer. COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Incident Commander Fernando Esteves explains.
What you may see in terms of long lines at Tizan, our normal operational capacity is roughly 600 a day. We've been exceeding that. So
all right, Chris, where are we headed to next?
We played that story already. Let's go ahead and do Sports Link with Dave Delgado. He's the hardest working man in sports, and we're also going to come back. We've got an extended interview, Tomas, that we're going to talk about.
Yes, with the lone Democrat in the Senate who's preparing for the impeachment trial. So we'll have that ready for you in a minute.
This is a great interview because, like you said, she's the lone Democrat in the Senate, and a lot of people are anticipating that when the articles of impeachment go to the Senate for trial, that the Republicans are just going to flat out vote it down. It's not going to get anywhere.
Right, but based on our conversation with her yesterday, it's much more complicated than that.
It sure is. We don't want to spoil too much, so stay right there. Keep where you got it. This is the link, KUAM TV. You're looking awesome this morning. 828 Sports Link, brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Dong!
Sports Link is brought to you by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape.
The 2022 Eastern IIAAG boys basketball season tipped off with the Father Duenas Friars hosting the Notre Dame Royals. Friars up 8-0 early in the first quarter. Jaden Santos with the deep ball from the corner. Santos hit for 16 points. Teammate Kane Santos with the assist from Noah Cruz. Kane making it rain from long range. Pull up three. Yes, sir. Royals player Caden Hutcherson gets the feed from Tyler Conception and goes window for the easy 2 points. Jacob Fegger added to the home team's lead. FD cruising up 16-2 with under a minute left in the first quarter. Russell Maratita off on the attempt. Royals almost secure the turnover. Noah Tenorio rips the ball out to Yoshi Sayama. Bounce pass back to Tenorio for the lay-in. ND going inside to shade Suarez, who hits on the jumper inside the paint. Friars pick up the win 46-39. Kane Santos led all scorers in the win with 20 points. Football Association's open training sessions are being held at the GFA's National Training Center for players U14 to U20 age levels. Sakiko Ogura, head of women's football, spoke to the players before they started their workouts. Ogura said, "We want to identify players in Guam who love to play football and have a desire to develop into elite players to compete at the international level."
The Open House training provides the opportunity for players to showcase their abilities and is for them to see where their skill level is among their peers. For coaches, a week-long event like this really allows for them to see the abilities of all players interested.
Open training sessions for the U14 and U17 age groups will continue on the 19th and 21st from 5:30 to 7 p.m. For the U20 age group and the women's national team, open training sessions will be held from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. on these same dates.
The goal for this event is to identify players, to create a training pool to develop consistently to represent Guam in future international competitions. We are looking to implement a better structure for continuous development and sustainability. This is the first step in our overall goal to change women's football in Guam.
All four age groups will have one final open training sessions January 22nd from 9 in the morning to 11 a.m. The eligible player birth years for each group are U14, 2010 to 2012, U17, 2007 to 2009, U20, 2004 to 2005, and the women's are from 2003 and older. Sixers and Vero lacing up at the Talafofo gym for the Micro Friends. Take it to the South Tournament. Rodman Samina tied the game at 20 after hitting the shot from long range. Samina scored 5 quick points to give Vero the 22-20 lead. Vero drained 10 shots from the outside, 5 coming in the first half. 29-26 Sixers trailing at halftime. Jay Casimiro with the rebound finds Corey Lorenzo making his way down court. Lorenzo drives hard to the basket and gets the tough shot to fall in between two defenders. Jose Ignacio picks up the loose ball and dribbles left, works back around to the opposite side of the baseline for the reverse lay-in. Ryan Nagauta calling for the ball, pulls up and hits from downtown. Nagauta ties the game at 38. Sixers started to work the ball inside in the second half, leading 58-52 with under 8 minutes to play. Free throws started to play a big role. Nagauta sunk back-to-back shots from the charity stripe. Houston Cutter gets inside for 2 off glass. Teammate Felix Tommy with the assist from Cutter buries a shot from the outside. He finished the game with 12 points. Sixers pick up the dub 71-58 to advance to the championship game. Jay Casimiro put up a game-high 17 points. Ryan Nagauta added 14. Corey Lorenzo chipped in with 9. The Micro Friends basketball organization has been around since 2013. They held their first local basketball tournament in 2018. They just recently wrapped up an 8-team tournament held at the Talofofo Gym. Winning this year's tournament was the Sixers.
It's an effort to raise funds for our upcoming trip. My team and myself, called Micro Friends, we're planning to travel out to Arizona. A bunch of us have been together for a while. A few of my guys have been together since even before 2018. It wasn't until 2018 that everybody that's on the roster now are fully established on the team. So we go further back to probably, let's say, like 2013. That's when the team officially started. But from 2018 and forward is when we started making moves for the team and getting ourselves in the local tournaments.
Micro Friends will be competing in the ICT competition held in Arizona in March. 10 players will be traveling on the roster, with 2 currently stateside.
It means a lot. I mean, basically it's just the love of the game. We all are very passionate about basketball. We love the sport, and especially with the tournaments, we love bringing together our community, especially with everything going on right now. It's just good to have everybody come out and, just get active and, try to beat the COVID in a way we can, the way we know, staying active.
Now for some programming news. Sunday, January 23rd on KUAM TV 11, 7:30 in the morning, NFL on CBS, AFC divisional playoff game between the Cincinnati Bengals at Tennessee Titans. Monday, January 24th at 6 in the morning, KUAM TV 8, NBC Sunday Night Football, NFL divisional playoff game, LA Rams at Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then on Monday, January 24th, KUAM TV 11, 9:30 in the morning, NFL on CBS. It's the AFC's other divisional playoff game between the Buffalo Bills at Kansas City Chiefs.
SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
All right, next we have this really compelling interview from CNMI Senator Edith De Leon Guerrero, who's the lone Democrat in the Senate, shedding light, and really one of the first sitting senators that we've got to talk with directly in impeachment. Again, here's that compelling interview. All right, thank you so much. Now we're joined with Senator Edith De Leon Guerrero in the CNMI Senate. Senator, good morning. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing?
Great, thank you. Hope all is well on your side too.
Yes, it is. I just wanted to dive in. I know things are busy, and we wanted to check in with you today with regards to the impeachment process. We do know that the draft for rules is being written up in the Senate. Can you give us the latest and what your involvement looks like with regards to the impeachment trial in the Senate?
Well, the latest that I could tell you, Thomas, really is that I know that somewhere in the local paper, it appeared that there was a leadership meeting that's supposed to be conducted, and it probably did. And just for everybody to understand too, that I am not part of the leadership of the Senate. I am a minority, so I have no participation in that particular meeting. So that would be the latest from my side. And of course, the introduction of the resolution that I introduced with Senator Paul Maglonia, we pre-filed a resolution, and also to, we're hoping that the rules that were constructed back in 2013, during that time for the impeachment of Governor Fitto, and subsequently he resigned before even the impeachment trial happened at the Senate, that the Senate take that into consideration so that in our view, it will be a working document already in place, and we don't have to spend so much time to try to construct a new impeachment rules.
And I did want to revisit that because we ran a story last night that shows Governor Torres, then Senate Vice President of the Senate, who talked about drafting the rules up for then Governor Benigno Fitiel. For a community or for residents who have not seen this impeachment process play out before, what exactly are the rules that will be set? What are you deciding on in these rules for the trial? Can you explain the significance of this?
Well, the rules are necessary in order for I guess, any impeachment trial, or for any trial for that matter, to be conducted in a fashion that is following under, the fairness of law to both parties. That's what it is. We need to be reminded that this is justice has to be applied, evidence and facts have to be reviewed, and obviously the resolution for the impeachment has been transmitted to the Senate, on January 14 by the House clerk. So we are in receipt of that. Every sitting senator, have a copy of that. And whatever decision is made by the Senate President, obviously, that will be the process that we will all take as we, become involved in the impeachment proceedings when and if that is scheduled.
Are there particular rules that you'd like to see that you want to see in the impeachment trial? Are there some specifics that you definitely want to be a part of that?
At this juncture, really, I think it's premature to try to state on record what particular rule I am more inclined to follow. But I think what's important again is that what the rules that we have proposed for adoption is, put in there to take into consideration as a working document right now. And if there's any intended modifications to it, then let that take its course. But again, I think it's important to emphasize that there has to be justice and fairness for both parties, obviously, because the House has already provided the Senate the articles of impeachment. There's 6 of them, and in any court case, there has to be evidence and facts that needs to be reviewed by the jury, and which is us, the senators here.
I did want to get to the parties, which you mentioned. You are the lone declared Democrat in the Senate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so what has your perspective been like? Have you been keeping a close eye on the JGO committee's process and their hearings? Did you watch the impeachment vote happen? What is, I guess, has your involvement been before, outside of the Senate?
Thomas, I'm so happy that I'm very thankful that you asked that question, and I'll be very honest. During all the proceedings of the House, during the impeachment and all of the, all the witnesses that were subpoenaed, I personally never sat down and watched the proceedings from the beginning of time. I take it upon myself. I am busy with many issues that I wanted to address and work in the best interest of our Commonwealth, and also as a sitting stipend senator, I wanted to spend time and focus on those particular subject matters that I'm very much passionate about. And as you can see, a lot of my work are being reported on the local papers, and that is what I'm dedicating my time on. The reason why for that too is because obviously people can be accused of biasness, and I don't want to fall into that situation. And I speak on justice, that there has to be fairness for both parties. And I think it's not as a sitting senator, obviously we're all aware that eventually it's gonna once the articles of impeachments are done in the House side, and once it gets transmitted to the Senate, that all of us 9 sitting senators will be involved in the process whenever that decision is made.
And you are one of 9 votes, one of 6 possibly to convict Governor Torres. You are the lone Democrat, as we just discussed. Is it safe to expect that you're going to vote for to convict Governor Torres, or are you going to wait and see?
I don't think it's fair to expect that right now as we speak. Of course, I am a sitting Democrat. I'm the only Democrat in the Senate, but personally, I cannot sit there and go through this process and consider this as a political, game or for reasons because I'm a Democrat and the governors are Republican. No. Again, I'm going to speak about the judicial process, that a person is innocent until proven guilty. And that's the reality that we live in. That is the democracy that we live in. So therefore, it's only fair and proper that my actions as we speak today has to be based on the facts and the evidence that is going to be presented before us, if that should come through as a trial.
And Senator, I also wanted to get your perspective as a former cabinet member. You were the Secretary of Labor.
That's
your comment. Are you able just to provide some perspective on just what this means in the course of history for the CNMI?
Well, it's every time I go back into that time period, I was a labor secretary. I was appointed December of 2014. I was removed May of 2017. And obviously all of those time periods at the height of my removal, was also the height of the worker protest from the casino industry. The employees, demanding to be paid their unpaid wages. I am very mindful of that time period during my life as a former Secretary of Labor, but I would not personally take that into consideration, and it would not be proper for me to take that and use it as a reason to cast my decision on whatever is presented before us at the Senate.
And Senator, you served under Torres and Palacios, correct?
Actually, the Arnold Palacios, the current Lieutenant Governor, was a Senate president at that time when I was a Labor Secretary, and Torres was the governor after Governor Enos passed away. But I have served all governors on different levels, except for the first governor of the Commonwealth, Governor Carlos Camacho, simply because I was not yet at a voting age at that time when he took office. But every other governor I've served.
And Senator, I'm just going to ask you a question that I've asked all of the representatives that we've got a chance to sit with before the impeachment vote happened, which is what is your message to the community who's watching this? We're just 9 months or so away from the election, who might not have trust in the current legislative process. What do you have to say to those who don't simply trust what's going on right now and might not even have trust in the Senate to do what they seem to be right? Do you have a message to them?
Well, I think every one of us have a right to our own opinion, but at the same time too, and there's a lot of things that have happened in the community. There's a lot of situations that are still very much of concern for all of us to be looking at. The reality here, Thomas, is that there's so many issues facing our Commonwealth, and every person out in the community has every right to analyze and review and ask themselves personally if everything that is going on, are they satisfied? Are they happy? Is their family much more better than before? Things like that. The issues are so vast and so big in terms of financial situations. We are in a $130 million deficit for the past few years. We have all of these federal funds that have been given to us as a result of the coronavirus and even during the CARES Act for you to. There's so much money, but at the same time too, we also need to take a look at where are we today in terms of our financial security and looking forward the next maybe 2 years or 3 years from today, because looking at the numbers of tourists coming in, it's not going to hold us out. So we need to be much more prudent. We need to have more information of expenditures and things like that. So the public, they have every right to inquire on their elected officials what is going on with my government, because this is their government. They have every right for honest and transparent information. So not trusting the legislature, again, every person out there in the community that is voting or even not voting, they pretty much know for themselves who they can trust.
All right, Senator, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Every right for honest and transparent information. So not trusting the legislature, again, every person out there in the community that is voting or even not voting, they pretty much know for themselves who they can trust.
All right, Senator, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Thomas.
All right, Chris, some compelling information there,
Oh, that
right?
was good stuff, Tomas.
Yeah.
I like what she said. It's not, just a foregone conclusion as to how she's going to vote. I mean,
Exactly.
you would want her to say that. Though.
Yes, I mean, of course, when it gets to the Senate, when it's a trial separate from the House, this is the democracy in motion and the legislature playing its role. But you know what? Other things are also coming ahead is that we're also hoping to check in with the Senate president himself, who responded saying that he'll be doing an interview soon. But we also have a new podcast, right?
We do, Tomas. But before we get into that, I wanted to ask you the situation with the COVID in the CNMI. Has the surge kind of died down a little bit?
No, it's still surging. We're still reporting. CEO of the hospital, Esther Muñoz, saying that we're used to seeing 40 cases a month. We're seeing that now in a day. 51 reported last night. Fortunately, though, no new deaths. And we haven't yet confirmed if Omicron is in the Sinai, and so I'm guessing that should come in the coming weeks as they keep sending some of the samples over to Georgia.
What do you think, though?
Now,
Because we've got the Omicron here. Do you think that it's just?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Now we sent our samples, the ones that were just confirmed yesterday. I was reading that story. Our samples were confirmed by Hawaii State laboratory.
Yeah, I think ours gets sent to
straight to the CDC in Atlanta. Right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, but as we know, both Saipan and Guam working to be able to do variant testing here in the Sinai.
We're supposed to have that genomic sequencer, I believe during this quarter.
Yeah.
Hopefully, that can be shared.
I heard it was
with others in the region.
I mean,
don't you remember that when we were Guam, right? Or Guam and the Sinai was one of the first in the Pacific to do testing, just to test, and some samples were sent here too.
That's right. Yeah, we used to do you guys' samples.
Right, and so when we, hopefully, when we take that look back, we'll see. I mean, it's definitely.
Yeah, we were talking about this.
Provide some perspective.
I was talking about this last night with Tomas, just kind of looking back at some of the head scratching policies, thoughts, ideas. Like there was one I was thinking about when we were singing Happy Birthday earlier, guys. You remember when we were singing Happy Birthday earlier?
Don't sing.
There was a whole don't sing, don't cheer. Like they had opened the bars, right? But the guidance was that you can't sing or you cannot cheer in the bar.
Even in our 6 feet apart, 6 feet under series at church, they had to stop choirs.
Remember that was one of the big use cases, because of course the canonical example of why no one wanted people singing was everyone was gonna say okay, you're in a bar.
Well, you're projecting.
And everyone's like, "Anything goes the song of Piano Man." And they're like, "We don't want that." But then that's
no song
smart
for me.
That's smart of you for bringing that up to us, because everybody says, "Okay, well, what about it? What about in church where literally it is written in the good book? Make a joyful noise." And, and
yeah, that's crazy that we used to think that. Remember? Yeah.
And remember, I believe it was a Father Mike Chrysostomo who was even saying, he goes, if you're wearing your masks and you observe the social distancing and, we've staggered everybody in the pews, we're not telling people to sing along at full volume, but, you still can, worship. And
you guys can sing, okay? I mean, there's no new restrictions that came out. We're just talking about how during the height of the pandemic, well, this is still, we're kind of still in the height.
Just do what compels you, I mean, if you feel called to do it, just do it.
No, but this was a guidance that actually came out. Was this in this, I want to say this was in was it in 2020, Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is one of those guidance that came out. Crazy.
Oh, wow.
Right? So, yeah, obviously now that has changed, right? 8:50. We do have a new episode of the One Micronesia podcast coming out, and we're going to play the From the Files one again in just a bit here. Right. But I wanted to bring Victorious Falon. Vic, why'd you put on a shirt? I thought you were going to do the interview in your tank top.
Hi, Vic.
Good one.
Put on your tank
top. Hey, Vic, real quick, was when I was doing the birthday shout-outs last night, was that your brother?
I mean, the other night, yeah, Matthew.
Okay, yeah. Okay, very cool. Yeah, happy birthday to your brother.
Yeah.
Also, happy heavenly birthday today to my dad.
Oh, that's
happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, Vic, I get so excited every time I see your podcast.
Yeah, Vic. I know you got you got a good one.
Thank you guys so much. Today on the podcast today, we do have I'm bringing back these two are no strangers to the show. Nadine Sangeri, who was actually the first episode of the One Micronesia podcast. I'm bringing her on with Jennifer Killian, who used to work for Micronesian Resource Center. Who she's not there now, but they've come together and they brought a whole group of Chuukese women together and have created a group that really are doing a lot of outreach, especially during vaccinations and booster shots, outreach to the Chuukese community and the FSM community. So I brought him on to talk about how the organization started, how the group came together, talk about the missions, their goals. So it was a very cool talk that I had with the two amazing busy women. And also we talked about a fundraiser that they got going on. They got T-shirts. They're selling T-shirts to help a couple of passengers, repatriation passengers who were supposed to leave for Chuuk, I believe, probably last week, but the flight got pushed to, I believe, next week or something. And apparently the FSM government required all passengers to now get PCR testing, which from my understanding, that's the one where you have to pay, and apparently some paid already, but then they delayed the flight, so now they have to pay another $140 something. So now they're left with a debt to pay, and with some with no money at all. They used their last 150 for the last PCR testing, and now they have problems with getting funds in. So they're doing this fundraiser. They're selling T-shirts to help at least a couple of those passengers who need help with the funds for PCR testing. So it was a great talk to sit down with Nadine and Jen to find out, what the organization is all about, and also to find out what they have planned for this fundraiser, and also to find out what they got planned for this whole year, 2022. So it's going to be a pretty cool, interesting episode where I get to sit down with these amazing women to just to find out about this organization.
Yeah, and I mean that sounds like there's definitely an urgent need to help raise funds for that, Vic. So where do we get the T-shirts, or do we got to wait for the episode to come out?
No, you actually can find it on the organization's Instagram. I'll have a link in the. Nice. I'll send Jason the link to add to the post, right. And then I'll also put it in the comment section, or I'll tag it in the video. Yeah, please all the support.
Thank you, Vic. We're excited for that. Jay, when's that drop?
That's tomorrow technically it's going to show tonight at 6:30 on Channel 8. We're going to have it up on YouTube once Vic's done with it, and it's going to be tomorrow. And that's the soul spot. People love watching One Micronesia podcast Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. like live.
It's the new Saturday morning cartoons.
Yeah, always some of the most compelling stories you'll hear all week long.
Yeah, no, for my money, I'd rather take Vic over the Smurfs or Scooby Doo or Josie and the Pussycats or anything like that. That's my Saturday morning jam. Right there.
Thanks, guys.
So Vic, you are in rarefied air. Okay,
Vic, I wanted to talk to you because we're doing a lot of great things with the KUAM Podcast Network, and one of the new shows that we're going to be debuting in a little bit is a show with the Guam guy, Farron Tyron. And this is going to be a great podcast that we're adding to the KUAM Podcast Network. And you were actually able to record a couple episodes yesterday, Vic. Just a little bit on what that podcast is going to be about, but not too much, though, because we want to make them malago.
Yeah, man, that was an interesting podcast to sit in on to make sure all the technical things were okay, but just to listen to all the content that Farron had when it was literally about wildfires and how it's destroying hiking grounds and how it went from just destroying beautiful mountainsides of Guam to how it could affect anything from soil erosion all the way down to how it would you burn on top of the hills and it literally bring everything down into to affect our reefs. It was just crazy to hear what they had to bring. He had on Christina Farron, I believe, from agriculture. Also, yeah, and then also one of the I can never tell the difference between the NWS twin brothers.
Yeah,
one of those guys.
They had the one that Jason doesn't have a crush on.
Oh, okay, that's the one.
Brandon.
So yeah,
I'm kidding, Jay.
Which one's got a little bit more of a receding hairline, and which one's like got a tighter shirt? That's the way to
that's
know.
how you tell them apart. The one with the tighter shirt is Landon.
Are we still on?
Brandon is the one who doesn't wear the tight shirts.
And if you ever see the Guam Territorial Band play, when things are like normal, Brandon is normally the conductor.
Does Landon also play in the band too, or no?
He does, but typically Brandon, I believe, is the
conductor.
Is the conductor now.
What does Landon play?
I'm confused.
I want to say the alto sax. Wow. Or maybe even the French horn.
Yeah, they're good guys, man.
Yeah. We all know Chris plays a mean triangle. It's like we do it. Dun, 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 dun. Ding,
dingle, dingle, dingle. All right, Vic. Sorry, got a little messy in here, but we're excited about that one. And then also next week we're going to debut our new podcast with Father Eric Forbes, Electnesi Pali, right? And you were able to catch a little bit of that one, Vic. What do you think?
I love it. I love how he can just come on and just be him on his podcast. It's you see him come in and you have this respect of course he's a father and this and that, But then just to hear him talk about those topics, I remember you guys recorded 2 episodes, and I was hearing parts of it. I was like, wow, this is going to be pretty cool.
Yeah.
To actually hear that side of him come out. So it's pretty cool.
Yep. This is the second podcast series I've done with a priest. You know, I've been a naughty boy, so I'm trying to make up for it. Tomas, you know what's interesting about Father Eric, though?
You're going to have to do a lot more than just do podcasts with priests to make up for that.
Listen to the rosary.
Confessional booth is reserved for the next week.
Right. Tom, you know what's cool about
just call me Tom.
What's cool about Father Eric is he actually spent a lot of time.
Yes, Chris.
Priesting in the CNMI.
Really?
Which you'll hear in the podcast. Yeah, and so he went to the CNMI, and if you look at him, he kind of looks like a white guy. But he went to the CNMI, and he was telling me it was just funny because they're Forbes, right? But he's obviously hyper fluent in Chamorro, and so anyway.
And his accent is absolutely perfect.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Okay.
It does talk a little bit about just being in the NMI and the podcast.
I got a quick question because you said episode 1 is actually is Pali Eric actually talking about the origin of the word chod, right?
Yes.
Like it's kind of like a colloquialism. Some people take real offense to it. Other people use it as a punchline. Does that word exist in the NMI, Tomas?
Yes. Yeah, we hear things that happen here. Yeah, but I do remember the debate or discussion among my peers. It was like, oh, is that a compliment? Is it not? I don't know. Some people are really proud, and I say, why wouldn't you want to be more Chamorro?
Yeah, Chris has only used that word once on the show, and it's after Governor Leon Grill's very famous.
Who coined it? Who coined the word?
COVID is a bitch, and you said some of your friends reached out to you. And it's like, wow, the governor's got some Todd in her.
He's got some Todd. Yep.
And that is a high compliment.
You know what is really interesting about this podcast is I didn't really think about the use of the word because we like to joke with each other, and Cassieing is like a big part of our culture.
Mm-hmm.
But basically,
as you've seen for the last 5 minutes on the show.
Oh, that's what that was. I was trying to figure it out.
I love you, JJ. I love you, man.
Link up.
But yeah, that's it, bro.
Link up.
Yep. So anyway, he was basically saying, because we joke with each other, right? And so Cassie and we would always be like, oh, you're so chod. And I didn't really think about it because at the time, I guess we were just lacking the context. But he was saying that basically it's Chamorros teasing other Chamorros for being too Chamorro. And that he had a big problem with it. And you'll see when you listen to the podcast, you hear that he wants to kill that word dead once and for all. So.
Well, I guess as someone from the NMI too, how do you spell that?
That's
capital CHAUD.
Yeah, you have to make
is that because
capital CH. You got to do your capital CH, or the Comision's going to come after you
and the dot over the A and
right. Or I've seen it spelled a bunch of different ways. I've seen it spelled CHOD.
Yeah. Well, I know we're having a lot of fun, but the podcast network really is the best. You have so many people like Vic and all of you guys just really bringing the true stories, and it's so much more intimate too.
Yeah.
Because you're listening to these folks just talk.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just spit their game. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Yes, Joe, sir. Very compelling.
Also, just a little heads up, I have been in discussions with our good friends over at Protect Latexan, and they've
are they starting a podcast?
They've committed to doing one.
Amazing.
So, and to me, that's a great opportunity to kind of amplify a lot of voices that maybe wouldn't be as loud. And we're just happy to use our social media framework to kind of get these shows out.
Yeah, everyone should binge listen to the network because we've been watching so many things entering year 3 into this pandemic.
Right.
So take a break from watching Netflix and listen in to the podcast all weekend.
It's on Jay. It's on Spotify,
Apple Podcast, Amazon Music. Tomas's From the Files episode is doing fantastic, by the way. So thank you everybody for downloading, for streaming, for listening, for sharing. It's also on YouTube. It's on Facebook. Also, Nestor, as I understand it, getting a lot of compliments for his 90s fashion.
Yes, I've seen some of our DMs, people asking, oh, wow, that shirt is a little bit more unbuttoned than, but that's the reporter stuff.
How low did he go? Nestor. He was like this, right? He's like, I'm Nestor Lecanto, KUA. Reporting live from the typhoon here. I mean, that was... Sorry.
Okay, now
whoa, you're really committed to that.
No, and this is true. I mean, if you were a professional broadcaster in the 90s, unbuttoning your shirt down was like a thing.
Well, I do also remember a lot of people wearing leather jackets, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, just for that.
But it was a thing. But the only person who could ever truly pull it off, I mean, Nestor. No, Nestor did a great job of there. Tom Selleck. Magnum could pull off that like nothing. You get like a little bit of the tease about the chest hair. And
All right.
And it was like nobody rocked that like Magnum.
Okay.
Right
I think
on.
I'm forgetting that we're live, so
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
are.
go
We
now.
are. Yeah,
No,
okay.
you ever remember that? Like he'd come out, he's like, "Oh, hi, everybody."
Yeah, I remember that you thought it was a big tease.
Dangerous in here.
Thank Vic.
Apparently,
thank you.
we've just been blocked by Vic on Zoom.
Thank you, Vic.
Oh, okay, he's gone.
Thanks,
All right.
guys.
Yeah.
I like how we went from podcast to Tom Selleck.
Jason's gonna do a podcast series on Tom Selleck's unbuttoned shirt.
No, but you know what? And just like Tom Selleck, who could really unbutton the shirt, Nestor also had the amazing mustache in the
What's it-
90s.
what- yeah.
Was that Tomas? I don't think you've ever seen Nestor like that, right?
No, I've definitely not have seen him like that.
That was Nestor had an incredible stash. I got to tell you guys.
Well, when he comes back from the PI and he
Well,
gets
he's
back
not coming
in,
back after this conversation.
Oh no!
because
First of all, when he
everyone's
comes
gonna
back from
be
the
looking
PI
at
after he kicks my ass, then,
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
But no, just take a look at the video. Really
Yeah.
great stuff.
Yeah.
And you see all of. I mean, you're just telling me I'm getting. You get reintroduced to the KUM news team from throughout the decades, really, right? So, really, really great stuff. I mean, word of the week is compelling. I mean, it really is. Really
It's must-watch
intriguing.
And did you
podcast,
also
yeah.
know that the journalist who shared the stage with Nestor doing that stand-up,
Yeah, Ginger Cruz.
yeah,
Right.
she actually spoke at my middle school graduation.
Oh, really?
When I graduated from St.
Wow.
Anthony's and everything. Like,
Wow.
well,
I really can't wait at some point after all of the files are taped to invite all of the people that we are reintroducing. into this
and I
file.
got to say, at the time that this stuff was coming out, a lot of my younger cousins, they would just have the biggest crushes on a lot of the female reporters and anchors from back in the
and
day,
it's
right?
solid reporting. It's like the best you can find.
And the crushes on KUM reporters pretty much ended the day I had day one here.
Jay,
of my
you
assignment.
got Jay. No. Jay, you got fans.
So
bro.
it's been quite a while.
The year 2000.
Jay, guys, my friend Jay, I ask him about how's his mental health. Sometimes he gets a little down on himself, but I got to tell you, bro, you have a lot of fans. And I'm going to tell you right now, I want to say like 85, 90% of them are women, bro. You're big with our women viewers, our female audience.
Thank you.
So,
I appreciate
so don't put yourself
the
down, bro.
demographic breakdown. Yeah.
Right, you got it, man. All about the data.
There you go.
Thank you, Vic. You can go now. Sorry, it was awkward.
Our resident data guy, Jason Salas.
And Vic is filling out the paperwork with HR right now. I would prefer to work from home from now on.
Hey, 905. So, yeah, let's give you this From the Files podcast again. Tomas, a little bit more
we're
about it.
Recapping, rewinding, and remembering Typhoon Omar, Paka, and Tataan. So here's that podcast. Welcome to From the Files. We reach into our archives to recap, rewind, and remember headlines from the past 65 years of KUAM. In this episode, we're digging into our files, taking a look at typhoons that devastated our region. We'll bring you the sights and sounds from Typhoon Omar in 1992, Typhoon Paka in 1997, and Typhoon Tataan in 2002.
Typhoon Omar not only wreaked havoc with our lives, but also the many thousands of visitors who happened to be here when the storm struck.
There is the immediate cost of rebuilding, of course, what Omar destroyed, but there's also a long-term toll on what's been the island's bread and butter.
Omar turned the bustling Tumon tourist mecca into a virtual ghost town, and the tourism industry is just now getting back on its feet.
Typhoon Omar made landfall in 1992. Nestor Lecanto and Ginger Cruz anchored from in the field, examining the economic crisis that followed. Reporter Patrick McMurtry saw some of the devastating damage.
Thousands of homeowners share a common task, rebuilding what Omar tore down. The typhoon damaged an estimated 4,000 homes, destroying over 1,000 of them. The initial reaction of most of the people facing the enormous challenge of rebuilding their homes was positive. Federal officials credit this to Guam's vast experience in rebuilding after typhoons. The first chore, clearing debris. The second, apply for federal aid, and when the money starts coming in, reconstruction begins. Many of those affected by the storm apply for Small Business Administration loans, and the lead man for the SBA, John Brenner, says both the pace of applications and processing have been on the fast track.
Say some of the smaller loans, some of our unsecured loans they go very fast. As a matter of fact, of the applications we've received, we already have approvals that are back in Sacramento, and the latest word I had is we have funding on them already. So we're just waiting for some word of when, within the next week, when we're going to be able to start doing some disbursement on some of the smaller loans.
Brenner says the number of applications handed out by the SBA after Omar surpasses the number of apps handed following Typhoon Pamela in 1976. That means a lot of people will be building or rebuilding in the coming months. But what about the people left homeless after their rental units were destroyed? That question will likely plague the Ada administration for a long, long time. One suggestion is to build a large apartment complex.
Do that, what the governor is proposing, and again, we have strong legislative support on this, is that another area be turned over to the Guam Housing Corporation. Guam Housing Corporation will use its own financing ability to erect an apartment structure of a minimum of 200 units, and these will be immediately put on the rental market. And again, the program will be set up so that for those who are lower income, Section 8 assistance will be available.
That may be a short-term solution, but could to be a long-term housing project no better than a ghetto. Still, it's one unique solution lawmakers will consider. A grassroots movement gathering steam would have the government build a lot of the Lockwood homes that came through Omar unscathed. Besides being durable, the homes can, at least according to the builder, be put up in 2 weeks.
And some residents give back while building back. In this next story from our 1993 rebroadcast, KUAM takes a look back at some of the relief efforts, many of those in the community serving for the greater good.
The outpouring of support to help those hurt by Omar was perhaps among the best in the world. In 3 weeks, the people of Guam gave $1 million to the effort, not counting all the other little gestures of kindness that made life easier for all of us.
The majority of them, they're very generous. Some there's no response. They just nod their head no, or they just leave.
We're trying our best to make them as much typhoon-proof as possible, but still, we're not going to guarantee it because they are not concrete.
His name is Omar, just like the storm. He eats a fury too. His favorite food is Crispy Bills, 1,000 thin and new. He's trained to stay right by your side until the job gets done. Please give and share as best you can for the American Red Cross Fund.
We saw this an antenna today that had toppled onto a car, and it was a rather pretty extravagant hood ornament for the size of the car. Kind of crushed the hood and the roof right into the tires.
Well, we're just trying to keep the public moving, because of the lights have been out. We want to help GPD control the traffic moving. That way you have less accidents. Well, it's like anybody, you entertain them, they're in a good mood, they keep moving. They don't get frustrated. When you get frustrated drivers, you get careless drivers.
5 years later, our files show images of Typhoon Paka, which ripped through Guam in 1997.
These images of Typhoon Paka ripping its way through Guam is now giving way to pictures like these. Although it's been 5 days since the storm slammed into our island, recovery efforts are only just beginning. Islanders are still waiting for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to give them money to recover. Here is just a handful of more than 200 members affected on Guam. Ever since Typhoon Paka damaged equipment at Guam International Airport, flying people into Guam has been slow.
Well, that, of course, has been our primary problem, the inability to get the people here. We have the people waiting to come, but we can't get them in.
Newton says it will be another 7 to 10 days before disaster recovery centers are set up. In addition to those,
we have what's going to be called a teleregistration assistance line, which starting tomorrow, I believe, and we'll have more information later today on that, people will be able to call beginning tomorrow a number, and they can apply for assistance by calling that phone number.
The organization will not be releasing that number until the system is activated. Meanwhile, FEMA is not the only agency working to put Guam residents back on their feet again. The Salvation Army has been helping out since day one. But with 100 mouths to feed every day, Captain Dave Harmon says supplies are running out.
We have exhausted our supply of pantry food. That's groceries that we give out to have cooked. So we're restocking on that, and we'll be getting be going on that again early in the new week.
Starting tomorrow, the organization will begin handing out free clothes to victims. You'll need a written statement from a mayor, priest, or government official saying you need help. And for those of you who are lucky to have escaped Paka relatively unscathed,
Whatever the community or the public can do to help provide resources, whether it's financial or in-kind donations, we would really appreciate their kukua in helping to see that the families who have been greatly affected by this typhoon have those resources.
And in 2002, Tsataan made landfall.
Condition 1 is 12 hours out. And that is actually going to indicate wind of about 58 to 60 miles per hour. Damaging winds 58 to 60 miles per hour.
Its eye passed northern Guam and brought heavy rain and wind. Here's our report on the aftermath.
Even during the midst of the second wave of Typhoon Tsataan, residents in the central part of the island were taking stock of the damage to their homes and trying their best to clean and repair their land. Flooding and down power and telephone lines in the downtown areas of Agana and parts of Tamuning stall drivers as they make their way through the streets checking out the devastation. With sustaining winds at 115 miles per hour with stronger gusts, vehicles here in Tamuning were thrown as if they were toy cars. The scene seems so unreal, considering many people never truly expected the storm to hit so hard. That's especially true for the vendors who had set up shop at this year's Liberation Carnival, who may not have heeded the warnings to secure their sites and have now lost nearly everything. The light materials used to construct their booths were no match for Tsaataan's fury. The destruction at the Tizan site is heart-wrenching, considering the time, money, and hard work the vendors put into their temporary businesses. Tin, lumber, and even merchandise, food, and prizes were strewn about, much of it damaged beyond repair. For Johanna, it was crushing to find her booth destroyed, as she and her family have sunk a great deal of their savings into the carnival site, especially as it was their first time setting up a booth.
Yes, this is my first time. It was actually my sister-in-law. She left off island, so she handed it down to me. And this is my very first time. It was good in the beginning.
Johanna and her family, like most of the other vendors, will now have to pick through the rubble, trying to save what they can, trying to recoup their losses.
Just try and salvage everything as much as I can. At least our birds are still there. The animals, at least are hard to find here, especially the island.
The amount of money lost by both the vendors and the government of Guam through the annihilation of the carnival cannot even be measured yet. Department of Administration Acting Director Cliff Guzman.
It's devastating, definitely. I mean, a lot of people put a lot of hard work into this, and there was a lot of high expectations and hopes that it would be a good thing for us. Nobody expected this, and I don't know what we're going to do now. I'm going to have to talk to the vendors. Some of them are out here picking up some stuff and seeing what they can salvage, and it'll be up to the vendors what they want to do, and we'll have to balance that against the cost of cranking it up if we do that.
Here at Tizan, I'm standing at what was, until yesterday, the site of the Liberation Carnival, as usual, slated to carry on throughout the summer. However, until assessments can be made, it's unsure at this point whether the carnival will even resume, as this site, like so many others, is utterly devastated. Reporting from Tizan for KUAM News, I'm Yana Person.
These images from our files seared in our island's memories, a reminder of what still might be brewing in our future. You're listening to From the Files. I'm Tomas Manglotnya. Stay tuned for more episodes from our KUAM podcast network.
Tomas, I like how you kind of tied it together. It was a look at the past, but it could be an indicator of our future.
Right. I mean, we just had the undersea volcanic eruption in Tonga, and I mean, more frequent natural disasters, stronger, more intense because of climate change. So, all the more relevant, even though it's roughly 30 years ago. So,
right.
Stay tuned for more From the Files coming up in a few weeks.
Yep, a lot of those images seared into our memories, like we had discussed the image of Nestor Lecanto with his shirt.
Well, and this morning, a new memory seared into our minds.
9:16. Dr. Annette David of the Epidemiology Working Group is coming up next right here on the link. We got to just take a quick break, guys, and we're back with more. Good morning.
Banners. Say hello to the first Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. with Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Buenas Sanhafadi. Part of taking care of yourself is participating in cancer screening. Make it a point to see your doctor at least once a year for an annual visit to discuss your risk and to determine which tests are right for you. Many tests are free or covered by insurance, and there may be programs to help those who don't have insurance. Cancer screening can save your life. There are screening tests that can catch cancer early when it may be easier to treat. So learn more at cancer.org/getscreened.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Mas.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV 8 and KUAM TV 11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the CNMI, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
Address that the governor dropped last night around 7:30. It is a COVID-19 address, and it was coupled with the results that came out of the Joint Information Center. Again, obviously, I'm sure you guys know by now, very alarming numbers. We had like 723 positive cases.
Sorry, 729.
729. And the positivity rate, again, Jay, was?
Is 26. That's 729 positive cases out of 2,785 samples from Wednesday.
And hospitalizations, my friend?
Hospitalizations are 26.
Okay, and so this, again, is a special address from Governor Lou Leon Guerrero to the people of Guam. Where are you? Oh, here you go. All right, right here on the link. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box.
Half a day. This past week, we received the official word. Omicron is here. This variant is prevalent across the globe, and we knew it was only a matter of time before it would reach our shores. The national trend is that Omicron appears to be retreating, as evidenced by shrinking cases across the United States. Omicron also appears to be mild, especially for the vaccinated and boosted. We do know that it is highly transmissible, and we are seeing this in Guam's new case counts. Although our caseload is on the rise and we expect more new cases in the days to come, we prepared for this. We prepared by ensuring the vast majority of Guam is vaccinated. We prepared by ensuring boosters are widely available and accessible. We stayed prepared by continuing to wear our mask, wash our hands, and watch our distance. The trends tell us that Omicron burns fast and burns differently from Delta. Although these rising case numbers may look like an uphill battle, like I have said, we are prepared and we will continue to stay the course. We are seeing that the percentage of cases causing severe illness is much lower than when it was with the Delta variant. And vaccines, particularly after a booster shot, remain extremely effective in preventing hospitalization and death. Prior to vaccinations, our worst days saw COVID hospitalizations exceed 100, with dozens admitted to the ICU, needing a ventilator to breathe, and at times we mourned multiple deaths a day. With Omicron, that is not the case. At the time of this recording, among all 3 of our hospitals, there are 27 COVID admissions, 3 in the ICU, and 1 on the ventilator support. Despite the alarming number of new cases, we are protected. Our health interventions are working, and the state of our hospital is evidence of this. I strongly urge those of you due for the booster to roll up your sleeves and maximize your protection today. I strongly urge those who are exposed and asymptomatic to closely monitor yourself for any symptoms and seek testing when concerned. I strongly urge those who test positive and are symptomatic to get treatment to avoid hospitalization. Thank you for being responsible.
Governor Lou Leon Guerrero with her special COVID-19 address dropped last night around 7:30. Dr. Annette David now. She was in the public health press conference, Doc, but obviously this message came out after that. So I just kind of wanted to maybe go into a little bit more of what the governor had said. And I think it's a little bit of a hard sell because just mentally, when we see these crazy case counts, and I'm talking like, I mean, you know, we used to think like 115 cases was, you know what I mean, crazy. But I think people are just really, and myself included, having just a hard time accepting that these case counts are, well, acceptable.
Yeah, I know. it requires a mental shift, right, Chris? But here's the thing. This is a rapidly evolving virus. It's highly adaptable. And that means that for us to be able to address it effectively, we also have to be very rapid in terms of adapting our mental models around it. And I like to sort of think that this new variant, you know, if you think about the ancestral strain, and Delta was kind of like the Hulk, right? It's big and it hits you hard and it's very severe. Well, Omicron is kind of like the Flash. It's not that heavy of a hitter, but it's very fast. And so it affects a lot of people very quickly. And what the governor is really trying to do with her team is prevent a public health emergency for the island. And if you ask yourself what constitutes the emergency is if you overwhelm the hospital systems, the clinic systems, so that there is no safety net to help people who are sick. And that includes not just people with COVID, but the other diseases that haven't gone away. So you need to have that health system robust and in place, and you want to avoid overwhelming it. If you look at Omicron, the important metric here is the hospitalization rate. And if you look at it, even if the numbers of cases are high, there's a lot less people going into the hospital. So what this means is that people are able to tolerate the infection more. Many are in fact asymptomatic. So I think maybe that's the sort of mental shift we have to make to adapt to this new variant. Does that make sense?
It does, Doc. But so we've been in this surge. In your opinion, I guess, how long do you think we've been in this particular surge?
Oh man, you mean Omicron itself?
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the numbers started going up shortly after Christmas. So personally, I think maybe somebody brought it home, with the Christmas presents, and it's just so fast. Like I say, it's like the Flash. It's so fast. It just spread and hit a lot are people very quickly.
You were comparing, like the Delta to the Hulk, and now Omicron to the Flash. But are there advantages at a macro level to a virus like just spreading insanely quick through a community of any scale, rather than going over like 4 or 5 months?
Yeah. Well, remember we were talking about viruses, right? And their key mission in life is to live, to survive, and they need the host. And so if you can infect very quickly, very efficiently, that grants you a survival benefit. On the other hand, if you infect many people very quickly, two things. One, it makes the people who are unvaccinated, it makes them rethink their decision and kind of prompts them to get the vaccination. And then those that it infects, it helps to create the sort of natural, what you call the disease-related immunity, not as robust as vaccine immunity, but it does provide you some protection in the short term. And so what happens is you end up with the population hopefully becoming a little bit more resistant, unless there's a new variant that emerges that is able to bypass the immunity that we've created. Right. So it's really a race. We are trying to get to a point where there are no vulnerable people for the current virus to infect before that virus mutates into something that can bypass all the immunity we've gathered so far.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure, Doc, about and I don't even know if COVID fatigue is the right word for it, but when you talk about it's a race to just get everybody as much protection as we can, you're talking about vaccination and boosters, and then there's that side current conversation where it's, oh my God, the first booster is going to be the second one, the third, and then pretty soon we're going to have like 10 boosters.
Well, there's actually very new data coming out from Israel, because Israel started doing the fourth dose, the second booster, in people over 60 and the immunocompromised, and they just published results of their data yesterday. And it really showed that the fourth dose, the second booster, a little bit, but not a lot. Not a lot. So
I'm sorry,
I think
Doc,
now the state of the data is what we have.
I'm sorry, Doc, you kind of lagged on that like really important part, and we didn't get any of it. So you said Israel has been doing the fourth or the second booster for 65 and over, but the data found what exactly?
Oh, okay. So they've been doing this for people 60 and over. And what they found and what they shared yesterday was the second dose of the booster. So this is the fourth dose, right? It upped the immunity a little bit, but not very much. So currently, with what we know from the global community, the regimen we have, 2 doses of the vaccine and the booster, the 3 dose, all in all, seems to still be what we need to aim for.
Doc, when I was watching the live stream that you were a part of yesterday, fascinating material, first of all. Like you were, and I wanted to kind of maybe touch base on the use of the mask and maybe more importantly, the misuse of the mask, right? Anyone that's ever been part of like one of your lectures or a live stream, they know you're very engaging and, you're a very compassionate physician, but I would say you were kind of uncharacteristically almost to the point of emotionally being like upset yesterday when you were talking about the way people are misusing them, whether deliberately or whether they're just accidentally, specifically when people pull it down and their nose is exposed. Can you talk about why that's such a big risk?
No, absolutely. I mean, the mask is a barrier. It's supposed to prevent you from inhaling any virus that's floating in the air. So it can only protect you if it forms that good barrier around your mouth and your nose. And so when people are not comfortable with the mask that they're wearing and they're constantly tugging and pulling it down, the moment you tug it down, you've lost the protection. And so you've opened yourself up to infection. So people talk about, well, should we be mandating the N95s and the KN95s? And the point is that the best mask is the mask that you will wear correctly and consistently every time you're in public.
And now after you said that, I was like, yeah, I kind of paid attention when I was on my way home yesterday, and I was like, wow, I didn't realize how often you actually see that people walking around like on the street, they may, just pull it down or something like that. For whatever reason, they're probably not even aware that they're doing this or that they're actually making more of a problem.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, some people like myself, I wear glasses, and sometimes, your glasses fog up because of the mask, or for some people it's very uncomfortable, or when it's hot, it makes them sweat. So they're constantly taking it off to cool themselves off without realizing every time you do that, you are basically saying to the virus, come and get me.
Come and get me. Doc, but so we're on the N95 thing now because of the latest guidance that had come out. But man, this thing is killing my ears, Doc.
Yeah, same with me. And and when I was still doing clinical practice, we used to have to use it in the hospital. The point is, in terms of levels of protection, the N95 and the KN95, they give you the best protection. That's the highest level. But the big but is only if you wear it correctly, and that means it has to have a complete seal around your nose and your chin. That's because those masks, they're actually respirators. So Jason, you mentioned it's what the painters wear. Correct. These are industrial grade respirators, meaning that they're made of a fabric, and the way they work is when you inhale, there has to be a complete seal around your nose and mouth, because when you inhale, the air needs to go through the fabric and get the filtration that the fabric provides. If you have any gaps around your face, and the air goes in through the gaps, you've not gotten the filtration and the protection that you need. So that's the key to those masks. You have to have a complete seal around your face. And if you have facial hair, if you have any sort of oral prosthetic, right? Or sometimes if you just have the sort of deformity or irregularity in your face that prevents the mask from giving you that complete seal, then it's not giving you that level of protection you expect.
Doc, I feel a little attacked, but I just got to say in my defense, I just have a thick face. So I'm just juicy up here. That's all.
Okay, just let me say, maybe for your dating profile, you want to add have a strong chin. Let's put a positive spin on this.
Right on, Jay.
Yep. Well, Dr. David, one other thing that you mentioned, you spent considerable amount of time in this in your presentation yesterday, was I know the market for masks, like in the last 2 years, has like really taken off. And you go on Amazon, there's like 400 different vendors offering 1,000 different masks, right? But the one thing that you were actually, I guess a myth that you were trying to put down was the types of masks that have ports in them. And you're like, Joser, over here, like our technical director, he actually had one from a couple of years ago that had like a little filter in it, and everyone was like, "Oh wow, you know that's a wonderful use of technology."
That's the Bane mask.
Yeah, exactly. But you're saying those are a no-no.
Yeah, don't use one with a port. And the reason for that is there's no filtration through the port. So if you were infected and you're producing that virus, you know, because part of the mask is two-way, right? It's supposed to protect you from the virus getting into you, but if you're sick, you also wear the mask to prevent you from pushing it out into the environment to other folks. If you have the port, that protection level is gone. So if you were sick and infected and you're using that mask with the port, thinking you're preventing the virus to get to the rest of your family, for example, then that virus just slips out through that port because there is no filtration at the level of the port. So avoid anything that has a port in it. What you guys are wearing, that's the right one.
Thank you.
I think we're going to do some kind of like fashion show, like, oh.
I know, right?
I hope it's the right one because I feel like I'm about to Van Gogh both my ears with this thing. It's so tight.
It's not easy to wear, that's for sure, because you know it needs to create that tight seal, and so the pressure on your ears or on your jaw and your face is quite significant.
That's why they pay doctors the big bucks. They got to wear this thing.
Yeah. Now you were saying, doctor, that in the medical profession, there's also an alternative one. Like if you're having, like me, like I've been wearing this now for about like 6 hours, and it's been pulling on my ear so much, my jaw hinge is like a little bit sore. I mean, it's not excruciating, but I can feel it's a little sore. You said there's actually one that can actually wrap around the back of your head.
Yes, there is one. There's a model by 3M. I don't know if you can see this.
Okay,
but yeah. So it just goes around the head, two straps.
Okay, and I don't have a ponytail, so that it messing up my hair is completely fine with me.
Right.
What
But you'll be surprised, it is a fashion accessory in the Philippines. They've done everything. They bead it, they put jewelry or whatever. It matches your clothing.
There
it's
you go.
amazing.
we can, hey, as long as it doesn't have a port, you can bedazzle your mask. You can,
Absolutely.
There you go. In the last week, especially because we've seen so much dramatic change, maybe in the last 10 days with case numbers and. But like you said, the hospitalizations have stayed relatively low. What questions have tended to bubble up for people in your line of work from the general community and maybe like even in the medical community about just concerns? And like you said, the numbers and the metrics we're following have basically been the same. It's like number of positives, total number of cases, number of hospitalizations, but the importance of those have kind of like shifted in this surge.
Right. A lot of concern about what more can we do. And right now, we know what we have to do. I mean, the biggest risk factor is being unvaccinated. So if you're not vaccinated, get the vaccine. If you're ready for your booster, get the booster. And the same things we've been doing this past 2 years, the physical distancing, wearing the masks, the hand hygiene, the ventilation. I mean, I think the key message, and the governor is completely right, we just have to hang tight and just keep doing everything that we've been doing and just hope that we are closer to seeing the end of this pandemic and get into the transition period where this becomes endemic and just part of normal life.
Doc, I just wanted to ask though, because in the message the governor says stay the course, but what do you say to those people who look at these high case counts and say, no, we shouldn't? Well, I'm like one of those people. We shouldn't stay the course. We need to do something better or do something safer.
And what would that be, Chris?
I don't know. I mean, a limit social gathering or something. I'm just saying, like,
well,
and I understand that this has been deemed acceptable, right? But I would just say, I mean, a responsible message would be maybe not keep on keeping on this way, but more promoting responsibility and safety, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends on the. Yesterday I was talking about the fact that COVID is not a single point phenomenon. It's not that you don't have it this moment and you have it the next. There's a process that you go through, so you need to be exposed first. If you're exposed, you need to get infected. If you're infected, you get symptomatic, and if you're one of the unlucky few, you end up in the hospital, right? So the lockdowns and the social gatherings, they are effective at the point in time when the virus is not widespread in the community. Because the point of all those interventions is to prevent exposure. They're supposed to keep you away from environments where the virus abounds. But virus is everywhere as it is now. I mean, if you look at it, where are people getting it? They're getting it at home. So, what would the lockdown do in that point? It's probably less effective at this point. What's really important now is to make sure everyone gets the vaccine, everyone's wearing the right mask correctly and consistently. And then if you do get infected and you're at high risk, get tested so you know, and then get the monoclonal antibody or the antiviral so that you're protected from the hospital. So we've shifted already.
Right.
In that continuum.
Right, Doc. I also wanted to ask about the what you had said about, and the governor said it too. Even with these, what was the word she used? Alarming case counts, we're still protected, right? And it kind of seems almost like an odds game where you have 700, 800 positives, and then I'm just thinking like of those. I mean, is it a given that a certain amount will end up in the hospital? Because it kind of seems, again, when you talk about mental shift, right? When we know that 115 positives before was like, ooh, bad. It's just still hard for people to accept that this many is acceptable and that it's not going to translate into hospitalizations at a level where it becomes a big issue.
Yeah, well, no, here's the thing, right? I mean, what you want to keep an eye on are the folks getting into the hospital, so the hospitalization rate. And that's normally, right now with Omicron, it's a much smaller proportion than it was with Delta. But if you get many people infected, if that total number of cases is very high, even if that proportion that going to the hospital is low, that will still translate into large numbers of people. So like 2% of 1 million people,
right.
That's still quite a lot, right? So the attitude that, it's okay for me to get infected, that's not the right attitude to have. We still have to try and break the transmission cycle. And that's where the vaccination and the masking come in. That's why they're so crucial. I know we're tired, but we just have to just keep at it until this thing is gone.
Doc, also the Gov had talked about nationally the trends with Omicron, and it is a little confusing because we did, of course we're going to Google it, and it really depends, I guess, on where you look into, because some places in the States and around the world are really having the hardest time with Omicron, others not so much, and I think the difference is when you read a lot of these media reports is the vaccination rate. So are we of the thinking that because our vaccination rate is so high that we're more likely going to go the way of these places where it is fading and not the way where it's, the COVID nightmare all over again?
Ravaging us.
Yeah, that is certainly the hope and the thinking. And I personally feel that the high rate of vaccination is cushioning us from some of the more severe consequences of Omicron. So if you look in the US, it's the big cities are the ones that are now showing the decrease, right? And they tend to be the ones with the higher vaccination rates. It's interesting because I was in Boston for the holidays. What they do is they follow the wastewater. They actually test their wastewater for the virus.
Right.
And what they're seeing is when the wastewater levels go down, then the case counts follow about a week after. So that I thought was an interesting thing. And I know we did a pilot here in Guam last year, but I don't think they've been able to procure the equipment to continue doing that long term. That might be a worthwhile investment if we want to keep an eye on this virus in the future to see, if we can forecast when mini surges happen.
What is it? Explain that, Doc, because, okay, what goes down the toilet can predict a COVID surge? How so?
Right, which makes sense because if you're incubating the virus, when you evacuate your waste, the viral particles go with it. So it becomes a good, or in a sense, it becomes a useful indicator of how high the infection burden is in the population before people start manifesting symptoms. So I thought that was interesting. That's what they're doing in Massachusetts now.
That's fascinating. And
No,
obviously
we did.
that's a larger sample size than saying trying to make a whole bunch of like an entire metro level city trying to take like a survey or something like
Right,
that.
right.
Exactly.
Or it gets
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
Yes.
is there any better representation of a community than its wastewater? I mean, it
Yeah.
sounds weird, but
It does.
Yeah, no.
And Doc, you're
So-
right. We interviewed somebody about this last year, but we did. What happened to that on Guam?
I think they did the pilot to see if it was feasible, but again, we didn't have the why they had to send the samples off island. And you know, I'm thinking that might be a worthwhile investment. I mean, we have an excellent the Weary Center is excellent, and GWA has the capacity. So, you know, if people wanted to invest in that equipment, this would be a good way to track not just this virus, but maybe other viruses, other illnesses. It might be a good way to predict, you know, when to expect any sort of crisis or surges in these diseases.
Doc, could you talk a little bit about test kit shortages? Is that happening nationally, and are you hearing anything locally? Because we've just heard from like the schools and some of the businesses that they're running low, and that there might be an issue in replenishing their supply. I'm just not sure. So.
Well, it's demand and supply, right? Yeah. And then demand is very high right now, so the supply needs to keep up with that. And I know I've heard Fernando Estevez say that, you know, Guam is, you know, we're always putting in those purchase orders, but the reality is we don't have the purchasing power of, say, New York or California, so we're constantly competing for that supply. That being said, I guess the priority now is to get tested if you're symptomatic. If you don't have any symptoms, maybe you can wait a bit, you know, if there's not enough to go for the community. The key is to identify those who are symptomatic, because those are the ones who would be at higher risk of ending up in the hospital.
And again, I just want to echo the doctor's sentiment, because, Joseph, if you can bring up that graphic, the Dedido and Inalahan Public Health Centers are available from 9 to 12 today. If you do need to get tested.
Can you give the number out again, Jay, just real quick, while
Sure.
you're talking about this? Because that guy called and wanted to get the number.
Okay, and it is if you are symptomatic, like Dr. David said, and if you do need to make an appointment. So the number is... here we go. Okay, Joseph's got it. So 635-7525 or 7526 for the Dedido Public Health Center. You do need to make an appointment from 9 to 12 today. And down in Inalahan, 828-7604, 828-7605, or 828-7518.
Thank you, Jake. Doc, I wanted to ask about your reaction, if you had a comment or any thoughts on the Catholic schools kind of migrating back to online. And when we interviewed Father Val about it, he had basically said that even though there was no evidence of transmission at the school level, that the high case counts had alarmed him so much that he felt it was responsible to move the kids back to online, because he had said he wanted to lessen any opportunity for transmission. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think organizations have to do what they think is best for their particular situation, right? So, you know, it might help to maybe slow down some of the cases that might arise from the school. And I was also thinking it might be that a lot of their faculty is infected, so they may not have enough staff, and that might be part of the reason that drove them to do that. I don't know. I personally don't know.
I'll tell you, though, he did say that he was anticipating that they would get to that level where there would be so many staff that are sick, so that was one of the factors. Even though they're not there yet, he was saying, like, with the cases, it's just a matter of time, right? So what about public schools, right? So when you look at the Catholic school organization, much smaller than the public schools, but if they're thinking, hey, let's just time out and, you know, kind of like dial back a little bit, I know a lot of public school parents are kind of anticipating like a similar reaction, or some type of like reassuring message that, yeah, it's okay, we had 61 student cases the other day, but it's going to be okay, right? I'm just not sure if these video addresses really soothe a lot of these anxieties that people have, because they haven't made that mental shift that you guys want us to make.
Yeah, it is you know, for parents, it's really a difficult time, I have to say, and I feel for them. But again, you know, we have to do what's best for the particular group or the particular school, and right, and then that's how it is. I mean, we have to adapt as quickly as this virus, if not quicker.
Last question I had, Jay, I don't know if you had anything, but
Well, I have one if we have time.
okay. Dr. Berg, in an interview with Nestor, he threw out this date of February 1st, and he said, with a little luck, this thing could burn out by February 1st.
I hope so. I mean, you know, aren't you tired of this thing? I mean, we've been talking about this for like what, 2 years now.
That gives us 11 days for today.
Like I said yesterday, I wish I had a crystal ball to gaze into. But here's the thing: if we can all get vaccinated and boosted, you know, this will end faster rather than late. So in a sense, whether it's February or later, it depends on us, right?
Yeah,
it depends on our community.
I think one thing we learned though, regardless of whether Omicron's less severe or more contagious or whatever, it's like every time that we have set a date during this pandemic, whether it's like we're going to open tourism on July 10th or we're going to do this or you know what I mean, it's just gone out the window because of this damn virus. So when he kind of threw that date out there, I was just a little taken aback because I'm tired of like marking my calendar only to have to unmark it or. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, Doc, if I may, I just on a personal note and everything, like within the epidemiology community, right? Those of you who have dedicated your lives to like study infectious disease, like, did you personally ever think you would see something like this in your lifetime or in your career? And what is it like with, you and your colleagues worldwide just to, to have this now upon you? Because I'm a computer scientist, right? And I remember back in 1999 when the Y2K thing was going to happen, like we're all like, wow, this makes a lot of sense, and we all fixated over it for about 2 months, and then that was that. So what is it like to be in your line of work for the last 2 years?
It was unthinkable. It's like living through history. I never thought this would ever happen, that something of this magnitude and of this duration would be something I would be involved in. I mean, I've worked in. I was in WHO when the first SARS happened, but that was very contained, and that was a really small number of people. And I've worked in tuberculosis in the Philippines in the past, but this is completely mind-blowing, beyond imagination, for sure.
I think that says it all.
Yeah, it's a little different from Y2K because I'm sure that
exactly
an opportunity to study something like this is an amazing opportunity for an epidemiologist, but at the same time, obviously, it comes with a heavy price tag.
Absolutely. But you know what the funny thing is? It still comes down to the same core principles of behavior change.
Exactly.
So I want to send there, Doc. What and how do we change our behavior to get out of this?
We take the politics out of this virus. We at some point we just have to trust the scientific community to be the ones to provide the guidance. I think what was really unique about this pandemic is the intentional misinformation that's arisen from the social media. That's the factor that's different from anything I've been involved with in the past. And I think that going forward is something that we will need to address.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the double-edged sword, right? Is technology, a lot of advancements in technology enabled us to spread information faster.
Yeah.
But then the other side of that is it also spreads the misinformation.
I read something about that the other day. They said, like with the Spanish flu of 1918, right? They said that was like the big pandemic of like maybe like the last 120 years or whatever it is. And they said, why now with modern technology and modern techniques and communications, can't we beat something like that faster? And they said, well, we've also got global travel and international commerce and misinformation and everything like that. So it's kind of like
not just misinformation.
Offsetting,
There's so much misinformation, but I think too what we're seeing a lot of is opinion being represented as fact as well.
Exactly.
Which I guess is misinformation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doc,
you can't get your epidemiology degree from Google, let me tell you that.
How about Ask Jeeves?
Well, if there's anything I would say like all of us as a society, we probably know like the Greek alphabet like a lot better these days.
Yeah.
That's true.
This is as high as I want to go, though. I don't want to know any more letters of the Greek alphabet.
Exactly.
I didn't sign up for this.
Amen.
Right on.
Well, our community certainly has a weapon against coronavirus, and that's you and Dr. Hampelbutsky and people like you in your line of work, Doc. So
it's not just me; it's everyone working together. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, Doc. Have a good weekend. Be
All right,
safer.
take care
right
now.
On. There you go. Always good. Dr. Annette David. You know what I love about her is you ask her the questions, she'll answer them, and she's very calm in her explanation.
And you can just tell that she's taught before. And like I said, if you've ever watched one of her lectures, but again, like when she was giving her presentation yesterday, she got very, very animated and borderline aggro. Wow. Do people still say aggro?
What they do now?
Yeah,
Jay.
so
They do now.
talking about like
hashtag aggro.
And she's like, we do all this stuff, and then you see someone just walking down the street, whether they mean it or not,
With
and
the
then
chin
they've got-
strap.
And yeah, exactly. And she's like, man, it's basically you're not wearing a mask if you do that.
All right. 9:56. Quick break, and we're coming back to close out the show on a Friday. This is The Link. Good morning.
Get yourself off
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Mas. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the CNMI, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Mas.
Morning on you. Be safer this weekend. It's Friday, okay? You guys do your thing. All right. Stay the course. The advice from the governor. These high case counts in her address, she's saying that even with these crazy amounts of COVID cases, we're still protected. The hospital is not flooded in it. So that was the message. We did have Dr. Annette David on, a little more cautious, right? She did say that we hope that these high case counts don't translate into, a significant increase in the hospitalizations. But she did kind of admit that it is a little bit of a numbers game, because when you do have so many cases and you assume a certain percentage of those, right? I think the analogy she had made was, if you have 1 million positives and 2% of 1 million going to the hospital, then of course it's going to be crazy. So it's kind of wait and see, you know what I mean? Dr. Berg, again, had thrown out that February 1st date. Like I had said, we've thrown dates out here to COVID and said, hey, COVID, if it's okay with you, we're going to reopen tourism on July, whatever. We're going to do this and that and that. And, COVID has had other ideas. So just be safer than you're being now. Okay, it's Friday, January 21st. Pacific Points, Cowboy Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Proud to present this episode of The Link for Sabrina, Jason, Joe, Sir, Tomas Maglotny, and the whole KUAM News team. KUAM TV, my name's Chris. Está adios! And we're back to close out the show with Cover Me. Guys, I missed it last week because Monday was Martin Luther King Jr. Day. But I'm giving you a heads up now for Friday. Drive-through Mondays at Burger King. Okay, so you have finally a reason to look forward to Monday. Hi, Jay.
Good show today, man.
Yeah, good week, bro. Yeah, good. It's been a good run, man. Appreciate you.
Long week.
Yeah,
4-day week.
I know. Long. You're right. I woke up this morning and my body was like, it's Saturday.
Okay, and just pro tip for you guys.
Yeah.
I know we've been talking about this. You got to go to tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me if you want to make an appointment to be tested at TGen. Today and tomorrow are sold out, but just keep going back to the site maybe every couple of hours or so, and if you really want to get tested, make an appointment for Monday.
Right on. Thank you,
fast.
Jay. Yep, and we're not calling your URL tiny. It's drive-through Mondays again with Burger King. Burger King thanks you for driving through on Mondays. Thanking you so much. Every 10th car gets a free Whopper. Ow, that sounds good. Doesn't that sound good, Jay?
Absolutely.
Dude, so go put that on your little calendar thing for Monday. Leaving you with my friend Fluff. Is this Cover Me?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not Fluff.
That is not Fluff. But it is Cover Me, and it's brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific. Está adios.
Give Christina.